Gregor was just
the ocean was not But I was okay. Well, I'm not sure I can do it. That's right. Anyway, that's yeah, that was a disappointment.
One of Jethro's PhDs.
It's only 25 megabytes.
Okay. You know, then the next question is, do I have to pay this? All right. Okay.
the old-fashioned way. high quality NWP, often on a global scale or perhaps regional for their national area. Forecast vendors who maybe and then we've got forecast users, so consumers of all this information. Maybe it's traders, maybe it's power system operators, but there's actually a really wide range of capabilities we see in forecast users. So some will simply take the data from a vendor, display it and use it. Others might cut out the vendor altogether and consume raw NWP and produce their own forecast in-house. And this is a really interesting this is why forecasting is a really interesting space for innovation, because there's actually a wide range of business models and opportunities for innovation. So, because we're academics, we like to make diagrams about these kind of things. So the process Gregor laid out is down here on the left. So the system of producing global, regional weather forecasts, maybe post-processing to our power-specific forecasts, and then end use, and then the different players in different chains, if you like. So National Weather Services, maybe with a forecast vendor in the middle, and the end user, and sometimes might have an expert user who does it all themselves. And I'll add on a couple of extra chains here a bit later on. But one thing to highlight is where the data is going. So on the left here, we have data coming down from the weather services, forecast vendors to the users. Also, in order to train those models for specific forecasts, so power forecasts in particular, data needs to go back up the way. So with training models, you need something to train against, and there's that information exchange. And this is especially true for very short-term forecasting, where those most recent observations are key for producing the best forecast possible. So in that case, this two-way data exchange needs to be live, almost close to real time, which is not the case in the expert user. So already we're seeing differences emerge. Okay, so let's think about this weather to power relationship, which is what we're interested in. How do we, a lot of the work we do here at Strathclyde is trying to improve this process of taking a weather forecast and inferring or predicting the power production. And I think the status quo for a long time was something like this, where NWP is produced and boiled down to a single maybe wind speed and direction, maybe at hub height at the site of interest. So we're kind of presuming there is a single something called wind speed and direction, which tells us about everything going on at that site. And we want to learn the relationship between this abstract wind speed and the wind farm's export meter, which is fine. It's done served us very well for a long time, but hopefully you're a step ahead of me already, and we're missing a lot of information here. We're choosing not to use the wealth of information that is maybe available in the NWP, and also maybe there's more detailed information about the wind farm itself and how it's responding to the weather that could help us too. And also, unlike lots of other data science problems, both are explanatory variables. The weather forecast is uncertain as well as the response, so that the power production. So we have double uncertainty, which is an additional challenge. Okay, so what can we do? So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, people took this data science mentality, said, well, we've got all this NWP on a large grid, 4-dimensional, space and time, multiple layers. Let's just use all of that together and see if we can get improve our predictive power. And of course it worked. So there's huge amounts of information in NWP that was being thrown away when we boiled down to a single site wind speed. And this was great. So it helped capture some common NWP biases, so location and phase errors, for example, and the variation across really large wind farms. So wind farms are often spreading across multiple grid squares now. We can benefit from knowing what the NWP is telling us about all those grid squares. And also a better visibility of the weather situation. So is it a variable weather? Is it the same everywhere? Especially in solar, knowing if you have broken cloud versus clear sky or completely overcast, which of course is difficult to tell from a single grid point, can be very valuable in uncertainty forecasting. And this was great. It gave huge improvements, for an already relatively mature process. 10% reductions in mean absolute error and probabilistic scores, TRPS as well. Really significant, I think, at this stage in our discipline. So this gave rise to this new business model, if you like, the data pragmatist. So taking all the data we have available and really boiling it down. And vendors and expert users were able to do this really easily because they had the data already. So it was just a case of a software update, maybe a bit of effort in tuning these models, but of course that was great. So no problem, no new data exchanges here. So what can we do? What's the next evolution? So I've hinted at it already. Can we learn something from what our individual turbines are seeing and doing? And I'm going to argue, yes, we can. And after this brief overview, take you through an example. So the idea being that we can reduce epistemic uncertainty. So our model is always trying to smooth this power curve. The question is always, are the data we're seeing that are far from that surface, is that a true effect that we should be modeling, or is it a result of uncertainty that we can't ever know anything about? And but we'll see that in some cases, we can distinguish better between real randomness and uncertain effects that we can model. Okay, and spoiler alert, it works, and we saw a kind of 5% improvement in MA and CRPS, which again were really nice. So, is this the next evolution? Maybe not. I mean, it's much more challenging than simply using more NWP data, not least because the amount of information needed to be exchanged goes up by an order of magnitude or two. We're talking about individual turbine SCADA versus the wind farm's export meter. So I think that it's much more challenging in that regard, and it either needs to be thought as, if this link isn't a problem, maybe that's fine, or maybe it could be used as a software as a service type approach. I don't know, we'll see. And finally, the fourth emerging business model, if you like, which I'm not going to talk about beyond this slide, is this concept of data markets and forecast sharing. So rather than a forecast supplier contracting with the end user, there's this kind of pool, if you like, of information where forecasts can be presented and the user can consume from. And things like smart contracts enabled by blockchain and all of those other fantastic buzzwords make this possible. Though I think that we're yet to see how much appetite there is for that kind of approach. Okay, my final slide before going into the turbine level stuff in detail. What do we want to predict anyway? So today, I think most of us have been predicting forecasting blocks of energy, so for trading or scheduling generators, which is fine. And in this case, information is relatively straightforward and can be presented directly to decision makers. What about other things? What about power? What about instantaneous power? Are there occasions when we care about this? And ramp rates as well. What about those changes in power within that block of energy? I think lots of people are interested in these things. But then we're into a different world of timing and severity, and it's much more difficult to predict. Is it okay just to predict this, present this information to decision makers, or are we moving more into the world of decision support? I think we see this more and more with complex interactions, so between renewable resources and markets, for example, and then beyond that to secondary or compound variables. So if actually what we really want to forecast is network constraints or flows between a region, then all of these things come into play, and it becomes far too much to simply display raw forecast information. So this is where I think we're heading in our world of forecasting, and I look forward to the discussion later today. Hopefully we can talk about it more. Okay, but now this case study for leveraging turbine level data. I'm going to walk through what we did, how it worked, and before I do that, I need to thank my collaborators. So Kieran is a PhD student of mine, and David's another academic here at Strathclyde. So our motivation was to gather as much information as possible, leverage available information to improve forecast skill, and we were inspired by work we'd seen leveraging all of this NWP gridded data, and could we do the same at the turbine level? So we were aware that different parts of wind farms responded differently to weather. You know, the terrain effects Gregor mentioned, often you don't have detail about the topography and so on. So what could we learn from the data, what those effects were, and use that to improve our forecast? Also, hierarchies in forecasting aren't new and have been exploited many times in the past. So classic examples of it, things like tourism. You know, if you want to know how many tourists are going to go to a city, you can improve your forecast by modeling all the cities in a region, all the regions in a country, and then seeing how much money that country spent on advertising, for example. And by considering all the levels of the hierarchy, you can improve the predictions at all levels of the hierarchy. So there's precedent here for this kind of idea. And sometimes you want coherency as well. So you care that the predictions at the lower level of the hierarchy sum up to the middle layer, and they all in turn sum up to the third layer. That wasn't so important for us in this application from the kind of turbine to farm level, but maybe if you're interested in farm, region, national level, that issue of coherency would become relevant. And it's something you can enforce in the modeling as well. Okay, so why do we think this is going to work? So wind farm power curves we know are complicated, especially since wind speed. You talk about the wind speed at a wind farm, it's a very abstract thing. The layout, terrain, and so on, wake effects and so on all play a part. And it's difficult to distinguish between random variation and the true process. And when we're estimating that power curve using some statistical model, we're always trading off smoothing, so producing a nice smooth power curve with fitting the training data we have very closely. And the question is always, how do you make that trade-off? Is there some way you can justify having a less smooth surface if you think there's a real effect there to be modeled, or not? And this is where we were really trying to get value. Yeah, can we extract more signal from the noise? So here's a picture of a power curve, just to show you how messy they can be if you're not familiar. So we've got the direction along this axis, and then wind speed and power. So you can see it's really messy. But actually, in some directions, there seems to be, the power curve seems to be different. In other directions, you can see maybe power curves within power curves here. And the question is, are these real effects that we should be modeling and not smoothing out? Or is that an outlier? Was there some maintenance going on? These are the things we don't know. And my question was, looking at how individual turbines are behaving, is there really something happening when the wind's coming from that direction? Is that a real process that we should be modeling to improve our forecasts? We tried to find out. So our objective was to produce density forecasts, so not just a deterministic forecast, but a probability distribution for each time in the future, and extend existing tried and tested methodologies to include turbine level data. So we had two goes at this. The first was a bottom-up approach, so to produce forecasts for individual turbines, and then use those forecasts as explanatory variables in our wind farm level prediction. And then the second was to consider the full spatial dependency of all the turbines, so producing a probabilistic forecast for each individual turbine and then aggregating those. And we had a few benchmarks, so just using NWP and the wind farm level data only. Analog ensemble is kind of super robust and quite competitive. And then also one of the leading machine learning approaches here, gradient boosting machines, which we also used in the two other approaches. So this is what we were aiming for. 0 to 48 hours ahead, half-hourly resolution forecasts, and each time interval here, we've got a density forecast. So each illustrated here by quantiles. So hopefully you're all with me, you know what I'm trying to do. So I'll explain the benchmark. So gradient boosting decision trees, really powerful nonlinear function approximator. Our power curve is a very complicated nonlinear function, so this is what we need. We have a separate model for each of those quantiles to build up the densities, and our inputs were features derived from NWP. So here's the kind of illustration of that. We've got our NWP, features extracted from the grid around our wind farm. Here's our model for each quantile, and from all the quantiles we get our density forecast. That's our benchmark, okay? So how do we extend this in the bottom-up approach? So in bottom-up, we're producing just a deterministic forecast for each individual turbine this time, using the NWP features, and then offering all of these as explanatory variables for our model. So that's the bottom-up approach, kind of heavy-handed, but we're getting that information from the turbine level into our wind farm prediction, which is the goal. In this case, we don't enforce coherency, so there's no guarantee that all of these deterministic forecasts are going to sum up to our wind farm level forecast. So we're willing to let coherency go in this case. Okay. The full spatial dependency approach is much more involved, because we have to produce the probabilistic forecast now for every individual turbine, and also measure model the spatial dependency between them. So you can't simply add or average densities in the way you can with a deterministic forecast. So that spatial structure was modeled using a Gaussian copula, which I'll illustrate on the next slide. But once we have those densities in the dependency structure, we can sample from that huge multivariate distribution and sum the samples to produce our distribution at the wind farm level. And in this way, we also retain coherency. So each individual turbine's forecast is consistent with the upper level. Okay. And just to ensure you were being thorough, we have some additional benchmarks. So the model we ended up going forwards with involved a parametric version of the covariance matrix for our Gaussian copula, which I've got a picture of on the next slide. But some additional benchmarks included using the empirical covariance, so just learning that from the data, and a Vine copula, which allowed it for each individual relationship between turbines to be modeled not by a multivariate Gaussian, which is kind of a more complicated version, and we wanted to be sure that our simplification was not costing us forecast scale. So the setup for the case study, we had two wind farms we were going to try this out on. One with 56, one with 35 turbines, both kind of multi-megawatt scale, NWP from ECMWF, 30-minute wind farm level output, 30-minute resolution turbine level output, and we're producing these density forecasts. So first thing to notice is these wind farms are very different. The layout of wind farm A is much more complex, and also the terrain here is more complex. Sorry if it's not coming across on the illustration. And then wind farm B, it's much more regular, it's almost a grid, and the terrain is less complex. So here's that covariance matrix for the spatial dependency structure I was mentioning at wind farm A. And you can kind of see how the layout from the wind farm manifests in the correlation structure. So where you see the darker red colors, that means if we're, for example, over forecasting at wind turbine 5, we're also likely to over forecast the turbines in the region of wind turbine 5. But the structure, the dependency is much weaker, kind of large distances across the wind farm. And that's how we parameterize this matrix. So rather than estimating all 56 squared parameters, all we need to do is estimate a single parameter which tells us the value of this covariance based on the physical distance between turbines. It's only one parameter to estimate versus each individual one. So hopefully that's straightforward. And then we see at wind farm B, the much more regular gridded structure layout of the turbines is also manifested in the covariance matrix, and the spatial dependency, the spatial dependency is much stronger here across the wind farms. There are very few turbines that are weakly correlated to others. Okay, so here are some results from our exercise. First thing to check the test is reliability. So this is going to come up later in the day. So when we're making probabilistic forecasts, it's really important that if we say we're going to exceed some value with 5% chance, say, that we observe that we are in fact exceeding that quantile with 5% probability. So that's what these diagrams on the right are showing. We've got our predicted probability level on the horizontal axis, and then the observed frequency with which that probability level is exceeded. And we've got a nice diagonal line which tells us our forecasts are reliable, which is really important if we're going to use them in decision making later on. And then scores, of course, so mean absolute error in CRPS. Mean absolute error is just using the deterministic part of the forecast, so the P50 in this case, and CRPS evaluates the whole distribution. And we see really nice improvement in both cases. So the best performing benchmark is here, that was the GBM by itself. And then incorporating the turbine level data in both methods, in fact, provided really nice improvement. We saw the full spatial model provided the most improvement for the more complex wind farm, and actually the bottom up was slightly better at the simpler topography wind farm. So we were really pleased with this. Basically free improvement, given we already had the data. The computational demand of this kind of stuff is very low. The additional benchmarks were similar to the full spatial model, but not much different, I should say. We also did some significance testing, and this might come up in the next presentation. So how do you know if that small improvement, 1 or 2%, is really is a feature of the model rather than just random variation? So we did some tests and reassured ourselves that in fact it was. So now some questions for you. I know it's normally the other way around towards the end of the presentation, but maybe you could think about what would that improvement be worth to you? What does 5% reduction in mean absolute error mean to your organization, your use case? Please let me know at the coffee break or lunchtime if you have an answer. And likewise, how much effort would be required for your organization to start incorporating 2 orders of magnitude more data, and would it be worth it for that level of improvement? I'd really like to hear your answers to those questions. Okay, so my summary. So forecast practice is evolving really rapidly. Advances in data science have been driving that recently. Let's see where it goes. We're already seeing new business models emerging. I look forward to catching up with all the vendors who are here today to get their perspective on this side of things. And I was hinting at the end there that potentially there's more value for users, though, in innovating in the way we use forecast information, rather than seeking out the next 1 or 2% reduction in the score we think is most important to us. Conclusion from that case study: we can leverage existing data to improve our forecasts if the improvement is worth it. And ongoing research at Strathclyde, I really want to plug. It's my prerogative as a host. So some of the things we're looking at, for example, are forecasting ancillary service capability, where that instantaneous power level is key. Hierarchical structures, from wind farm to region to national, is something ongoing as well, and also how that feeds into decision support. So especially for network constraints, regional balancing, and so on, is something we're working on. And of course, that involves other resources too, so solar, net demand, all together with wind power forecasting. I don't think they can really be separated in many use cases anymore. Super. So thanks very much for your attention. It's great to have you all in Glasgow, and I'll take any questions just now before we move on.
Jethro, question from me, from Lenaghan National Grid. Just one of the practicalities of forecasting is how long does it take to produce a forecast? So your question about the greater volume of data is very pertinent. Greater data usually means greater amounts of processing time on a computer, and you can throw more processors at it, of course. But how long does it take your system to produce a forecast? What's the speed of the turn?
So in this example, it would, the order of seconds. Fitting the model. I think the expensive part is tuning the model. So where you're running that cross-validation exercise offline, you can invest as much time as you like in that, really, but it's the order of hours. But once you're running the system operationally, you get a new input, you get an output, a fraction of a second later. Maybe I should point out that you don't need the live turbine-level data to run that operationally.
Yeah.
The only input, if you like, operationally is a new weather forecast. You only need the turbine-level data for estimating the power curve.
Okay.
So that can be static. And,
How often would it need to be retrained?
How often does your wind farm change its characteristics? I suppose if you probably want to do it every year, maybe more often. I don't know. So be good. I don't know the answer. Yeah. So, Will or
sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for a great presentation. My question is regarding, so when you're using turbine level data, you also can have this, curtailment of individual turbines, and then it becomes like a combinatorial problem with the wake effect and all that. How did you handle that in this work?
So in this work, for the model fitting, we excluded times when there were, I think, more than one turbine doing something unusual. And then operationally, if you know that a turbine has a set point, then it's no longer uncertain what that turbine is going to do. So the distribution collapses, and you can include that in the forecast production very easily.
So you include the set points as explanatory variables?
So if it's a reduced set point, and you know the turbine is going to be producing at that, then the prediction of what it's going to do becomes more simple.
I didn't hear you explicitly say, but did you account in your correlations among turbines in developing that matrix, did you account for stratification of the atmosphere? Because if you're using just a wind forecast like the WP model, you're not necessarily paying attention to that, but I would think that could dramatically affect correlations with wake effects and all kinds of other things.
Right, so no, we didn't. We just learnt it from the data. Okay. So which in a sense would, it would be like the average correlation structure for that training period. But you're absolutely right. I would imagine that structure in reality is dynamic, and maybe could be, and maybe it ought to be dynamic. The flip side of that, though, is that it's not really the spatial correlation between power production; it's the spatial correlation between forecast errors.
Okay.
So effects like that are perhaps reduced somewhat, unless the error in stratification was going to be different across the wind.
So, how large a sample was used to develop the training for the models, and how does the performance, the benefit from the method, depend upon the size of the turbine data sample that you have?
So I don't know the answer to the second part, but the study was based on about 2 years of data for each wind farm, and the training was done on the first year or 15 months, and then tested on the remainder. The data sets were slightly different lengths for the 2 wind farms, so I'd have to check the paper for the exact details. But Karina, did you have a?
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment to the stratification. I think the problem here is when we look on a wind farm, we don't have that high resolution weather forecast to have different stratification forecast on wind turbine level. They are not that far away from each other.
But I would think the overall stratification would affect things like the persistence of wakes, which would then get to maybe even an effective wind forecast error at a given turbine.
Maybe there's one more question at the back, and then I should move on.
Yeah, so there's a lot of data included in SCADA data. If you could rank them or say what's the most important feature for this model that gives you the best improvement, what's the one feature from SCADA that you would like to have reliably in these models?
So the only one we considered here, in fact, was active power. Though there are lots of other things you could do with SCADA, other effects we know happen at wind turbines, like yaw errors and so on, that maybe if you had an all singing, all dancing forecasting system you'd want to incorporate. one thing I think would take this work on further would be engineering further features from that turbine level data. So, ramp rates within the half-hour period, for example, the last 10-minute averaging period, or even higher resolution towards the end, we found can be very valuable in very short-term forecasting. So I think it's very rich data. I think there's a lot more that could be done. But I should leave it there and hand over to John, I think, who's going to give the next presentation. I'll be around all day, obviously, so thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Jethro, and thank you, everybody, for being here this morning. I'm going to be talking about the recommended practice document on renewable energy forecast solution selection, which, as Gregor mentioned, was a product of the Task 36 activities, specifically Work Package 2. And I want to recognize Perna Moreland, who's had a very large input. She was the original lead of this effort, and I've gotten involved as it's evolved over the last couple of years. But Corinna, please jump in if you have any additional comments as I go along here. So I'm going to talk about the fundamental problem that we have here that we're trying to address in this Work Package 2 recommended practice effort. And then a little bit of background. I think Gregor gave quite a bit on the IEA Task 36. I won't go too deep there, but just point out where we fit into the overall effort. And then I want to look at the best practices documents that we have assembled and kind of walk you through the 3 parts and what they address and give you a little bit of a flavor of what's in them. And hopefully you can go download them. And the problem, as I think is probably a premise for why many of you are here, that forecasts have been used now for a number. It's been demonstrated that wind and solar, many times people say, well, I ran a trial, that's how I know this is the best performing solution. But are the results of that trial really valid? Valid in general, valid for your application. And then the use of non-optimal evaluation metrics for forecast evaluation. So yes, indeed, you may have had the best performing solution under a specific metric, say mean absolute error, but is that metric relevant to your application, and is the forecast solution that you selected really the best performing one for the metric that you should have employed for your application? So those 3 areas. So let me point out one example here of what I'm talking about. So this is an example for the system on the big island of Hawaii. Right? This is the largest island at the southern end of the Hawaiian chain, and they have a fairly high level of renewable penetration of wind and solar. So the net load on the island is varying between a nighttime minimum around 95 megawatts up to an evening peak of about 180 megawatts. So within that system, you have 90 megawatts of behind-the-meter distributed solar and 31 megawatts of wind, and also some 16 megawatts of hydro. And there's actually a geothermal facility that's not operating now because of the recent volcanic activity. But that's more of a base load, so that doesn't exhibit a lot of variability. So you can see in the typical weekday net load profile that you have a midday minimum, and that's associated with a high level of distributed PV. That's mostly rooftop commercial and residential installation. So that often poses a problem in the middle of the day. And on the right here, you'll see an example day where you see a lot of variability. The red line here is the PV production that's estimated. It's behind the meter. Not a lot of measurements in the behind the meter activity, so it has to be estimated from solar irradiance measurements. And then the blue line here is that typical load curve for the peak in the evening, peak in the morning, and midday minimum. And you can see what happens is you get a lot of PV variability, and therefore you get a lot of net load variability on the system because of the high level of penetration. So you can see the blue line goes into a highly variable mode when the red line, the PV production, does as well. So the solar variability is driving the net load variability in the middle of the day on this system. Now, the forecast that they get minimize the squared error for every 15-minute interval. So they're getting intraday and multiple day forecasts. The intraday forecasts are 6 hours ahead in 15-minute time steps, but they're designed to minimize effectively the MAE or RMSE, the squared error, right? So what happens? You end up with a smooth forecast because you have phase errors and these high frequency features that you're not going to explicitly forecast with current NWP systems or even with satellite systems. So you have a lot of phase errors, and therefore, if you run it through some type of statistical model, even an advanced machine learning model, you get a smooth forecast because that'll minimize your mean absolute error, your mean squared error. But that's not what's needed here. You know, what they really want to know is not necessarily every 15 minutes. They want to know the envelope of the variability, because that will dictate, you know, how much ramping capability you have to have on the system, the reserves, basically. So the reserves are tied to the amplitude of the variability over the midday period. So in the middle of the morning, you're making a decision as to how much am I going to carry in online reserves. And that is driven by your expectation of how much variability, the amplitude of the variability, not exactly which 15-minute period it occurs in, because you're not going to take these reserves on and offline every 15 minutes, right? So it's a mismatch here, that you're measuring and designing something for a problem that's different, it has a different need, right? So what happens? Well, you end up with a pretty good MAE. It's about 4% of capacity over that 4-hour period. It's about 15% lower than if you have smart persistence, which is of course time index, basically persistence of the clouds, right? So you improve upon that, and you have a relatively low MAE, right? But does that really help you in your decision-making process in the middle of the morning? Because I need to know what's the variability. And if you look on the right here, this is the midday range, so maximum minus minimum over that 4-hour period, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's the critical midday period for the variability. And this is the forecasted variability from this. So this is not a customized forecast. And this is what the operators are doing. They're looking at that line, right, a deterministic line, and saying, okay, here's the high point of that line, here's the midpoint, and the low point of that line. And if you look at the forecasted range and the actual outcome here, you see the outcomes tend to be much higher than the forecast. So this is the perfect forecast for the range now, right? And so what you'll see, if you break it down into boxes of low, medium, and high variability, is 3 here are all the days. So this is every day. A dot here represents 1 day in 2017. So at 10 a.m. you're looking out the middle part of the day. And in box 3, what you're seeing is correct forecasts of high variability. This is high variability. This is low variability. So you see the forecast of a lot of cases of low variability, which is what you would expect from how it's designed, right? And they work out pretty well. But there's almost no forecast of high variability, right? So you're missing, and even the median variability is underdone. So you end up with, in the high category here, of correctly forecasted high variability, it almost never happens. You're under forecasting the variability. So what does that mean? You have not met the need, even though you have very nice forecast performance. You can quote that and say, well, we have 4% MAE, but an example of a misaligned forecast objective. What you're designing and delivering is not what is actually needed. And this is on the part of both ends, that there's not maybe good communication between the user and how they make decisions, and the user's not aware of different types of forecasts and how they can be designed to meet their application. So this is the motivation for the task that we undertook here. So The IEA-WIND Task 36, as Gregor pointed out, convenes groups of experts, and one of the efforts was to design a best practices document to look at not only misaligned objectives, but all the reasons why we don't get all the value from the forecasting technology that we could. So this is just an overview. Gregor mentioned much of this previously. I just want to point out under Task 36, Work Package 2, and this recommended practice component is one subtask under this Work Package 2. Okay, so as we talk about different aspects of Task 36 and Work Package 2 today, keep in mind that this is one piece of that bigger picture, the recommended practices document. So now I'm going to walk through the structure and content of this best practice document. So there are 3 sections to it. There are 3 parts, right? So part 1 is the selection of an optimal forecast solution. How do you do that? What process should you have to guide you through that selection? And then part 2 is the design and execution of benchmarks and trials, which may or may not be part of your forecast solution selection process. Right? So sometimes it may make sense to run a trial, and sometimes it may not. And that's part of how you design your selection process. And then the third part is the evaluation of forecast and forecast solutions, which again, might be part of your selection process. If you run a benchmarking trial, you need to evaluate it. But evaluation might also be part of your ongoing forecast solution. And you want to assess, is it improving or not, right? And how do you accurately assess that? So while these might be viewed as a subset, right? You have a solution selection, may contain a benchmarking trial, which then has to have an evaluation component. But you might also use these things outside of the solution selection process. Evaluation can be done, or you can run a trial to look at alternative solutions that, in addition to one you have, right? So there might be different combinations of these things. So the recommended practice page under the Task 36 website is there, so you can download each of these 3 documents. So that's what they look like in their PDF form. So as I mentioned, part 1, part 2, and part 3. And you can go to the web link and you will get all 3 of those. So now I'm going to walk through each part and give you a little bit more flavor for what is in each one of these 3 parts. So part 1, selection of optimal forecast solution. And it presents an overview of the factors that should be considered in the solution selection process and discusses the issues associated with each of those factors. And the core here, which incorporates that discussion in the overview, is a decision support tool. And I'll show you the flowchart that corresponds to that tool. And the discussion is in the document of each component of that flowchart. And it also provides practical list of frequently asked questions associated with a request for a proposal that you might put out there to look at forecast solution alternatives. So many times people aren't sure what should I be asking for, or what type of information do I need to make a decision. So that provides a little bit of guidance there. So the point here is to discourage doing what everybody else does, which is often how you get to that situation that you have in Hawaii. And why were they designing a system where they were minimizing the squared error, and when they really needed variability forecasts, for their application? Well, a lot of it is, well, what do other people do? Well, they get forecasts that minimize the root mean square error. Okay, I'll do that too, right? And so the idea of the customized forecast solution selection process is to discourage that and look at what you really need and how do we get a solution that will match your objective. Right? And so this is the decision support tool, nice complicated flowchart, and the document walks through this whole process here. And so the point of all this is that there are many different aspects of selecting a forecast solution. It includes the IT capabilities in the organization. What type of data do you have available? How do you communicate the data? Can you get the data, like Jethro was talking about, turbine-level data? Can you effectively and timely way get that to your forecast solution provider, right? That's going to impact potentially how your forecasts perform. So there's a lot of issues that aren't purely evaluating forecasts, although obviously performance of forecasts is very important. So this is the big picture. How do you design a process, and this is guidance for it. So now part 2 is conducting a benchmark or trial. Now part of this here is deciding whether you should even conduct a benchmark or a trial. Now a benchmark or a trial is a big effort. And if you don't do it right, you don't get meaningful information at the end. So it's an effort for whoever's conducting the benchmark or trial, and it's an effort for all the forecast providers, the vendors, right? And in the end, and we've seen this happen, and Karina will confirm this, that many times it ends up being a waste of time and resources because how it's done is not justifying the amount of effort that went into it because you don't get information that's meaningful for your decision, right? So the whole purpose of part 2 is trying to avoid that, to design a benchmark or a trial that will be meaningful in the end and provide information that's valid for your decision-making process. And it presents the 3 phases of a forecasting benchmark or trial. So part 1 is the preparation phase. It really determines the scope and the focus and the evaluation. So the forecast horizons, what time frames are important to you, what available historical data do you have, the appropriate length of the benchmark, so you get significant results. Are the conditions representative? We've seen many cases where people run a benchmark for 1 month in, say, the low wind season when there's no wind variability, right? It's not a good test of a forecast solution, but yet they'll base a decision on that. Well, it performed very well. The wind didn't vary. Any forecast might have done well in that situation, right? And meaningful evaluation metrics, as I was talking about before, the Hawaiian example. And so the execution phase is ensuring that you have an efficient and transparent process that's fair and it's representative. Because if you don't have that, then you can't compare solutions, right? If in any way you're favoring one solution over another, for example, by providing or implicitly providing data to one solution and not to another. This can happen when there's an existing vendor that happens to have more data, for the wind farms in a trial than the other vendors that are being looked at as alternatives. So you end up with, that solution, the one we have, is better. Well, it's because there were certain advantages that were not equal across all the different solutions that you're evaluating. But you have to look at to make sure that you're really evaluating it in a representative way. Because if you don't, what happens? You don't really have a fair comparison. It's not representative. So you make a judgment on something that is not really a valid difference between the solutions. And part 3 is the analysis phase, where you need to look at application relevant accuracy of the forecast, right? So it goes back to that Hawaiian example, that you need to have metrics, right, that will evaluate what's important to your application. And of course, you want to look at other things, like performance and timely delivery. I mean, we've been in a lot of trials where they don't consider that, right? That, and sometimes they don't even monitor the delivery. And while it's not pleasant to think about, certainly there's manipulation that can go on if you don't monitor the delivery of forecasts, because it's very easy for a vendor to look at a forecast situation and say, that's a highly uncertain situation, I won't forecast. And this is more certain, I'll forecast then, and I'll improve my score, right? I just avoid all the days of high uncertainty. Now that's useless to the ultimate user, right? But it can happen, and we've seen that type of thing happen, where if you don't ensure that you have a consistent sample and everybody's delivering the same forecast, you'll get unrepresentative results. So you need to evaluate what's in your sample from your different solutions. And of course, ease of working with the forecast provider is a non-performance issue, but it's certainly important in how your solution will evolve in the future. Well, and there's many different benchmarking pitfalls, that we list in the document, in the benchmarking trial component of it. And some of the things are things I've mentioned already: poor communication with the forecast provider, so you don't give the same information to all the forecast alternative providers, right? And therefore, some have more than others, perhaps, or there's misinterpretation. It's not clear what the objective is. To some, maybe it is to others. So you have to make sure you have uniform information to all the different solutions. As I said, unreliable comparisons, bad designs like short trials, or no on-site data is available to the forecast providers. Sometimes details are not communicated. Well, all these things, we had a lot of input from different forecast vendors who've been through a lot of trials, and all these things that are in this document are actual things that have happened and we've seen happen. So, these are all issues. They're not hypothetical. They're things that have happened. Well, part 3 is the evaluation process, and it presents the 3 key attributes of an evaluation process. It discusses those factors and issues. So the 3 key attributes are, number 1, representativeness, and that's the relationship between the results of the forecast performance evaluation that you do and the performance that you're ultimately going to get in the operational use of the forecast, right? So if you do it well and you have a representative process, the results you get in the benchmark or trial should reflect what you'll actually get in operational use. And it's very easy to design a process that doesn't do that, right? Because of the length of the sample and the information that's provided, many factors, you can end up with things that are not representative. So you'll get one result in your evaluation, and then when you actually use the forecast, you're going to get something different, right? So that's a very important factor to consider. Now, the second one is significance, which is the ability to differentiate between performance differences that are due to noise in the evaluation process and those that are meaningful differences in skill among the forecast providers. And again, we've seen a lot of comparisons that are essentially noise, and one solution or another is chosen based upon noise level differences. Now, if you come from a statistical scientific background, you realize that you should do some type of significance testing on differences. Jethro was mentioning that when he was evaluating different methods and whether you really had a significant improvement in the forecast due to that method. Well, a lot of people who run trials and benchmarks don't do that. So they run a trial for a month, they get a little bit of a difference between 2 or 3 different alternatives, and say, that has the lowest MAE, best forecast for my application. In reality, maybe they're all the same because you had a short period and a lot of variability, and you really can't tell anything about the relative skill of the different solutions. Yet, people will try to make a judgment based upon what is insignificant results. And the third one, that I've been mentioning a few times here already, is relevance, which is the degree of alignment between the evaluation metrics that you use in the evaluation and the sensitivity of the user's application to forecast error, right? That goes back to that Hawaiian example. that I can evaluate in terms of MAE or RMSE, and I pick a forecast, right? And it may be representative, it may be significant, it's irrelevant. It doesn't really address my application, right? So you need to have all three of those, right? So the third point here is that you really should formulate a cost function that transforms the forecast error to the application-related consequences of those errors, right? So I mean, that is ultimately what you want to do, but many times that's hard. Many users either don't have the skill to do that, or it would be very difficult because of complex processes in which forecasts are used. Think of managing the grid in terms of security, right? I mean, what is actually the sensitivity forecast error? I mean, you don't want the power to go out, the lights to go out, but that's not really the ultimate test. It's maintaining the system within some security bounds. You have metrics like frequency, voltage variations, and so forth, right? And that's probably really the metric you want to use. You don't want to stress the system. So that's a very complicated sensitivity to error, and a forecast error, and it stresses the system, right? So a practical alternative is to use a matrix of performance metrics that measure a range of different performance attributes. So MAE, RMSE might be one of those, but others are probably very relevant. And the more you understand how your application is sensitive to forecast error, the more you can design that matrix, what metrics should be in that matrix, right? And you have to remember, though, that one forecast cannot be optimal for more than one metric, right? And you optimize it for one MAE, RMSE, you won't be optimum for something else. So you need to be careful. If you have multiple objectives, you may need multiple forecasts, or you may need to interpret the forecast at least in different ways, right? So when you employ multiple solutions, many users will have more than one vendor, more than one solution, that you have to choose a set of solutions that give you optimal results, which may not be the best individual performers because it's how they're correlated. So if you have two solutions and they both perform really well and they're highly correlated, you're buying the same thing twice, right? Which I guess if you have extra resources, you want to buy the same thing twice, it's okay. But if you want to get value, you need to look at how they work together, not having two solutions, both of which are good in terms of one metric that you decided. So that's another aspect. So the evaluation paradigm is you need to keep in mind that verification is subjective, right? It's important to understand that when you make decisions on how you evaluate a solution, right, they're based upon your interpretation of what's important to your application. So you need to keep that in mind, that you choose an evaluation approach, it will be subjective. And there's inherent uncertainty in the verification evaluation process because it depends on the data set, right? You have 1 month and you did it again for a second month or 3 months, you might get different results, and that's where the significance and representativeness come in. But you keep that in mind, that there's dependence on that data set. So there's not one answer, there's uncertainty, there's some range of evaluation results you're going to get. And you have to keep that in mind, that running a test for a month does not give you a certain answer in terms of forecast performance. And as I mentioned, you should really contain a set of metrics in your evaluation process, right? So that you measure a range of forecast performance attributes, not just one attribute. You look at what's important to your application, and sometimes it's a little fuzzy what's important, and that's why a set of metrics is often very important. And of course, a cost function would be the ultimate focus of the evaluation. It should provide that link between the forecast error and the impact on your application. So there's a lot of ways you can employ this concept of cost functions. So there are many different approaches to evaluation. Some are the typical error metrics like MAE, RMSE, but many decisions, like in that Hawaiian case in the morning, they're deciding whether to turn on a resource or not, right? It's more of a dichotomous yes or no, and you need to perhaps evaluate it. Am I making decisions that are correct? And the MAE may not tell you anything about that. So visual inspection and forecasts, and separation of phase errors and amplitude errors, these are all different views of the performance attributes. And you can come up with a whole range of scores by looking at metrics in these different areas. So this is what we mean by a forecast performance metric matrix. Okay? So the key points here are that all performance evaluations have a degree of uncertainty, and that's attributable to the representativeness, significance, and relevance of how you design the evaluation process. So if you do this well, you minimize the uncertainty. You're not going to eliminate it, right? There's always going to be some uncertainty in evaluation. But if you do it well, you can minimize it. And if you disregard it, at worst case, you have meaningless results when you look at your alternatives for forecast solution. And that's what we're trying to avoid here. So the key takeaways in the three parts here, you want to walk away with something that's very straightforward and simple to keep in mind. That part one, the solution selection process, use a decision support tool, right? And what that really is saying that have a systematic process for looking at all the components of selecting a forecast solution. Rather than just saying, oh yeah, I should run a trial, right? You think about all the pieces that go into a comprehensive and rigorous forecast evaluation. And if you can't do some of them, maybe you shouldn't do some of them and look for alternative ways, right? You don't have to run a benchmark or trial. The document talks about alternative approaches to evaluating different forecast solutions without running your own benchmark or trial. But if you do run a benchmark or trial, you want a representative, transparent, and fair test, right, with good communication so that you'll get meaningful results. Then part three, you head towards a cost function that links the forecast errors to the impact on your application. And you may not be able to get all the way there, and you can go part of the way with evaluation matrix and look at different attributes in the forecast performance. So those are the three important points in each of the three documents. There's a lot more detail in those documents. So to conclude, the plans for phase two, as Gregor mentioned, are the second phase of task 36. So the documents were developed under the first phase, and now we want feedback. So we're looking to communicate the content and provide workshops to help the industry understand and implement these practices. So we're going to be presenting at a number of industry gatherings this year, and we're also thinking about having a dedicated workshop to talk about the documents in much more detail than we can in, say, a half-hour presentation. But we want to get feedback on the usefulness of what we've created, and sure there's opportunity to improve it. So we want to get a lot of feedback from new and experienced forecast users. I mean, that's really the target group for the document, to people who don't have a lot of experience. Now, even people with experience might benefit from some of it, but this group really needs that because they don't have any background. And so that's the group, and often they're hard to reach because they often don't come to meetings like this or even workshops and conferences. And that's why they're new and inexperienced. And then we're going to extend the scope of the recommended practices documents. Probabilistic forecast is an area that we want to include. It's heavily based on deterministic paradigm now, but there's some mention of probabilistic options, but we need to focus more on that and include more examples of issues and solutions. So That's some of the feedback we've already gotten. So in conclusion, this is where you can get more information. There's a number of RP-related publications. The 3 core documents, of course, are there. But for example, there's a paper in the proceedings of the Wind Integration Workshop that was held in Dublin last October. That's the header of that paper. And there are a number of other presentations and papers that are on the CAS 36 website. So you can get more information, not only the documents, but other information as well, including there's a link to a webinar on recommended practices that you can get an overview similar to what I just gave. So that's it. Thank you. So any questions?
That was a brilliant presentation, thank you very much. Do you also look at perhaps the contract between the end user and the vendor and how they can perhaps incentivize each other? So once the trial and the benchmark is taking place, then the contractual terms between one another, is that something that you look at as well in case someone got something wrong or how they revisit?
Yeah, there are many aspects of that contractual relationship that are relevant to this process. And one of them would be the incentive structure. You know, sometimes there are incentives for improving forecast or meeting certain performance objectives. Sometimes they're the wrong performance objectives, but nonetheless, you know, there are often metrics that are specified that have a financial consequence to the provider. So, yeah, that's one of the contractual issues. And there are a number of others in terms of providing data and timely delivery. So there are a number of issues in how you design that contractual relationship that are related to the issues that we covered in the recommended practices. So, but yeah, there's a lot of potential. Karina, you have any?
Yeah, I think what we try to focus is on how the communication can go wrong, and what you have to do to avoid this, because we have seen this many times that things are not communicated, for example, to all participants. Then some knew something that others didn't know, and things like that, where you have a kind of, you end up having an unfair competition, or there is the evaluation is made against the existing provider that would have much more information, would have much more data available for training, and that would make it kind of almost impossible in a relatively short test for anybody to compete on the same level. And that's fair enough, but doing something like that, would have to be communicated, so those that participate under these circumstances and do not find out along the way that they have spent a lot of time doing benchmarking where they have not really a chance to winning, right? So I think that's what we try to focus on, where you kind of screw up the communication and make it difficult to really take a good decision, and also give everybody the chance to show what they can, or how they can perform.
So how many forecast users do we have in the room? We have several. So my question is, how do you know you have the best forecast solution? So anyway, I ask each of them, and whoever wants to volunteer an opinion here, how would you defend that and say, I have the best forecast solution because I did, or I have this information? But what would be your reaction to that question? How do you know you have, for your application, right? So you have an application. Yeah.
The first question is there one forecast solution that is best? I would say no. I mean, I see so much variability in terms of, you mentioned it yourself, like what is the optimum, and that optimum shifts in season and time of day. And it's if you look at the different forecasts and outputs, it's varies so greatly that, you know, I would like, I'm aiming to have as much forecast as possible to look for the, you know, the odd things and where things are off. So my answer would be, I don't aim for one forecast solution.
So the answer, if I paraphrase, is you have multiple solutions, and then the aggregate of that you feel is the best you can do.
Yes, yes.
Reasonable.
Yeah, I think I'll answer slightly differently because at National Grid we have many different internal users of forecasts. So we have the control room who are very focused on the short term, and they would say they have the best forecasts when it's right in the short term, and the worst one when it's wrong. There's also a transmission planning team which look 24 hours ahead, maybe up to 3 weeks in advance, looking at whether they can switch off parts of our network successfully. And if the forecast says there's going to be a lot of wind and that will cause a lot of flow across our network, then they may decide to defer or change the timing of that outage. And if that helps them to do that, then they say they have a good forecast. Sometimes a bad forecast comes through and causes them to make a wrong decision. And obviously they'll be less impressed with.
Well, there'll always be bad forecasting, without a doubt.
Of course. So to really answer your question, how do you prove that you've got the best forecast?
For your application.
For my multiple applications.
Yeah. Which you may need a different forecast for each one, which it seems like you might be getting, right? That there's different solutions.
Or maybe how do you make the decision when you decide for a forecast solution?
Yeah.
That's maybe also the way to answer that
well,
question.
I have to say honestly, I think the jury is still out. The evaluation process is continuous.
Yes.
We can never say for certain we have the best forecast provider, the best forecasting system, the best methodology of forecasting, because something new will always come along.
Absolutely. Hence, that statement that any evaluation has uncertainty. I mean, for the things you mentioned and other reasons as well, right? That you have a non-static environment, right? As you point out, the technology is evolving, and different solutions adopt different pieces of technology, and so they may be more relevant to one application than another, right? So you don't have a static environment where I say, okay, I made a decision, that's it, I don't need to worry about it anymore. So you have to look at alternatives continuously.
Yeah, and to add to that, the nature of what we're trying to forecast is changing. We're seeing wind farms that have battery installations with them as well. They change their behaviour according to market price to make more money. And we have to scratch our head and decide, do we just try and forecast the pure wind farm on its own, or do we try and forecast the wind farm plus the battery behaviour on top of that? And is that then more useful or less useful to our internal customers as well, like the control room and the network planners and our traders and others that use our forecast? The answer to the question is very multidimensional and very complex.
And very dynamic,
Yes.
right? The uses change and the forecasting technology changes, so it requires a lot of reevaluation if you want to be on the cutting edge, right? And take advantage of all the potential benefit there might be.
Yes.
So it's a challenge. Yes.
Yeah, I sometimes, I don't like to think of it as the best forecasting system. I like to think of it as, does it match the decisions that we can make? Because if you think of it as the best, sometimes you go into these chasing like an extra 1% increase in MAE, and actually it doesn't change the decisions that you make, then it's not really worth it. So it's like it has to be, does it satisfy what we need it to do? And if anything else comes along, would it be a big enough improvement that we would make different decisions rather than?
Well, and that was the point on the relevance. So like you say, the MAE may go down, and it doesn't change anything about what you do, right? And so that means MAE is not a good metric for your application. It's like in the Hawaiian example, that the MAE can go down, but what matters is the amount of variability in classes. It's not even a continuous forecast of variability, it's decision making. High, medium, or low, and they're going to make different decisions if you're in different classes. But within the classes, it doesn't really matter, right?
And even if you're using the right metrics, or the metrics that are really closely aligned, sometimes an improvement isn't really worth. It wouldn't really change anything.
Yes.
So it has to be, a marginal improvement of in some metric or some classification may not improve. But if it's a step change, or if it's a big enough change that you can make different decisions, then it's worth. So I think the evaluation must be focused on, do we have a system that can support our decisions in the best way?
Thank you, very good. I think we're used of all the time, right?
Yeah, so thanks very much, John.
Thank you.
So we have, you're just in time for coffee, so let me go ahead. So we've got 15-20 minutes for coffee just now, so it'll be back out towards the stairs, and should be laid out for us. So let's try to start not too long after 11.
I think we should leave it running. It's now on there.
Super interesting, actually.
I'm just coming to Gregor to say I really don't know most of the panels.
So now you know Tilman and David, and the third person, John, and the other person we have to find.
So there.
Sam Hawkins or Benjamin.
Gregor,
Yeah.
Sam?
Sam was in the back here.
Was this the one that was just saying something?
Yeah.
Is he going to
Yeah.
I'll do that. I think at lunchtime once I get that
Every absolute error multiplied by
Thank you.
You want to minimize that, but you have to minimize your costs.
That's a fair cost function for like a WindPoint owner participating in the
Well,
market.
well, unfortunately, even that, the prices that cannot be had today.
So we're shooting at
situations, right? So immediately when you get to the point of is very price. So you're there when the prices are high, right? And so it evolves more and more, right?
Anyway, I just wanted to make sure I used it what it was, because I actually sometimes, for the most part,
hard to even formulate.
one thing I thought I would do is
Example I was referring to is the type of groups here. We want to make sure
and
that
let you know what
the system will operate stably, right? So what's the cost?
totally off the cuff.
what does it do to the stability of the base? Well, probably not that much. Right?
Did you want to
We
go
probably
into
not
history?
that much. We have a system designed to compensate
that
for
would
these
actually-
large areas, right?
And maybe I could.
Maybe a better metric there would be some kind of system stress.
Thank you so much.
They do have a number of different system stress indicators that they monitor, right? Within the country. So there's some relationship between forecast error and system stress. You want to minimize the stress on the system. So that would be possible. That relationship between forecast and whatever attribute is forecast contributes to minimizing system stress is what's important. And again, it's probably at certain times, no matter what area you have, you'll have low system stress because you have a lot of reserves. Has a lot of flexibility. You make a big error, that's more time, maybe a modest error, like have a big impact on what happens in the older generations. And it's because you have an error in the forecast you are already able to whatever information you have. So, cost functions can be relatively simple, or they can be very, very complex and hard to quantify. That's why we address that issue that, well, you may not be able to formulate your cost function very well. So in that case, you have to have a sense of what forecast attributes matter to you. Is it the error at a certain time of day, the error under certain conditions? Many different aspects of forecast performance. It's not just the office error, it's just the average performance over some period of time. And a lot of applications are not sensitive to the average performance. It's the performance under certain conditions that matters.
Right, and I'm mostly thinking about as renewable penetration increases on the grid, those systems stress costs, like they may increase. Maybe that's a more interesting, not more interesting, but an interesting metric to look at.
Well, I mean, that's the other, the economic aspects of it. So like in the short term, a system operator doesn't worry about the economics because you have to keep the system operating. And at that point, you're going to do whatever it takes. Now, say if they had the economics of it, right, and you want to allocate the minimum cost generation, right, which depending on your forecast, you want to commit to it, right, and the error is then result is that it's not being optimal. When you put that word, so I don't have much really one way to go, right? Well, when you get down to like within the hour, right, then you have no choices anymore, right? The economics become secondary, and now you just have to do whatever it takes to make sure that you keep the grid stable.
Seems like there's almost a misalignment of incentives, right? That over the day-to-day forecast, we have these powerful economic incentives, but those don't kind of bubble down to operators at the hourly level. It's more of a problem for the grid operators.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, there are some parts of the system, but other parts of the system don't feel that, right? So,
right, so there's some insulation going on.
Right. So, I mean, that's another communication issue, then, right? How do you distribute the responsibility for the system, right?
Absolutely.
And that's always a big issue. I mean, in any system, who's responsible for maintaining this, right? And typically it's not equal, right? We have a lot of stakeholders, so they don't share that responsibility. Some get more than others, depending on how it's designed. And the forecast then feeds into that process, which is why some stakeholders don't care about that. I've seen a lot of cases where there's a requirement that a wind farm operator provide a forecast of their output schedule, right? So there's no penalty. Right? Well, because the cost function is zero, right? The error has no impact on their application, right? The only application they have is in their contract. They were required to provide a spatial power output, right?
and maybe the wording was a state-of-the-art method to spatial power output of data nets or whatever, right? And so, okay, here, I get it. And there's no economic consequence. So we don't care. Right?
Yeah. I wonder if there should be.
Well, there probably should be, but what they're really doing is pushing that responsibility on somebody else, the grid operator.
Right, because the grid operator is going to say, well, this forecasts are not.
Yeah, well,
It's always
yeah,
going to be a different one.
Right.
Yeah. It's an interesting facet of it. I wonder if that enumeration of the different costs for different parties would be useful.
Oh, I think we would.
Because it's news to me coming into it. So.
No, I mean, it's an issue. And another side effect of that is the incentive to improve forecast performance. Because if you don't know the sensitivity to your application, right, and you have an error, what impact does it have, or you're not accountable, for that relationship, then you're not going to pay for that forecast.
Exactly. If you even know what a better forecast
Right,
is.
even if you, right. And so the end result is you have a lot of forecast solutions and they're based upon the lowest cost provider, right? That you have a better solution at a higher cost because they don't understand the impact on their costs, their application, that there's no incentive for their body to pay more for your school forecast. Because all I need is a forecast.
Right.
And this is the lowest cost, so that's my forecast. So there's not even any incentive there to say, well, let me evaluate how I can get the best solution for this application. But yeah, there's a fair amount of that going on.
Interesting.
Because either there is no accountability or they don't understand the relationship between error and their application. So they figure, well, I have a forecast compared to all the benefits I can get. It's not true, but that's the perspective on it.
And they might be getting all the benefit they can get within their
Well,
framework.
how they operate, right? It would require that they change how they operate.
Right.
But in the end, you're not getting all the benefit you could get. If you are operating to use all the forecast information.
I like that perspective.
Yeah, which is the whole motivation on this effort, right? Everybody's saying about better forecasts. These forecasts aren't good enough. And that's true. I mean, there's error, they can be better, for sure. But the other part of it is the value. So if accuracy and value are not the same as your the accuracy.
I'm with you in the
Yeah.
great to
I didn't want to
see
pass
you
by.
there, but it's really good to see you.
Like gentleman from National Grid was pointing out, as you add, for example, a battery system to your grid, how does that change?
That changes the application. That changes the requirement of the system.
Exactly.
Right. And
Or even the plan where it could.
well, a whole other part of this is that I know we ran into it in Hawaii, that certain locations are more forecastable, have less error forecast than others, right? So predictable power should be worth more the power with more uncertainty, right, in the spatial process. And, that's never thought about, right? All you think about is the capacity factor, how much power you can produce with a wind farm here, it's all like that, right? And the higher capacity factor, the better off I am, so power. But the reality is, especially on small grids, that predictable power has value. I mean, yes, the total amount of power produced is important, but if you have roughly equal, then the one that's more predictable has more value, but not in our system.
It should have more
value. Right, the way we operate, it doesn't, right? And I know up in Hawaii, they have a wind farm at the northern tip and one of the southern tip, right? So the 30 megawatts is split. And the reality is the one on the southern tip is much less predictable because of the directions of the wind in the northeast trade winds in that tropical region. And the shape of the island, that you essentially get a wake from the island. And the boundary of that wake oscillates across the southern wind farm, right? So like you're in the wake, on the wake, and power goes up and down, right? It's hard to predict all those meanders of that wake from the island, right? Now the northern one, they would get away from the wind with southerly, but it's almost never southerly, right? It's almost always east-northeast. And the trade winds are very persistent, so 85% of the time you have east-northeast winds. So that wake is almost always around the southern wind farm. So that makes it much less predictable, so the power is much less reliable. So had you thought about that, you would have put more of your capacity in the northern wind farm than in the southern wind farm, because it's not as variable as more predictable. But they just looked at it and say, well, the capacity factors is not the same. So we'll just split it, and we'll be better off if we split it, right? And the reality is, in that case, no. I mean, you always think, oh, spatial diversity is good. Well, it depends on the characteristics of that diversity. And it's not automatically good. Like forecastability is a factor. And what happens now is when they get into high variability modes, they curtail that southern wind farms because they got to deal with variability. Right. So, okay, it signals variable load, forget it, turn it off. Right? Now, you wouldn't have had to do that in where the capacity was up to the north, which they almost never curtail because it doesn't get in that way.
Once we start sending out.
That sounds like a really interesting case study, actually, those two wind farms. Do you know of anyone working on relative differences?
No, because this idea that forecastability of facility has value is not talked about anyway. I mean, you talk about developing projects, right, and they talk about a number of factors, right, that make a project viable.
Why don't you come out and have a coffee?
Yeah, but anyway, forecastability, I don't know if you want to get some coffee.
I don't know, is there
I think there's coffee, I don't know about food. But anyway.
I neglected to have breakfast this morning.
Oh.
Thank you.
So it's very difficult. And that's kind of the same for all this stuff. Like he's the guy just talking about designing trials to fit customers. But as I say, like if you're a power trader, you've got a trading strategy. And no power trader is ever going to tell me what they're doing or how they're doing, because they know I go and talk to other ones. And they're all trading against each other. That's it.
And that's all their competitive advantage.
Yeah, so they're never going to tell me how they evaluate my forecast. They're just not going to do it. And I don't even want to. I don't want to know. But it means you can't really, like the forecasting providers can't design the trials for the companies. For some we can. It makes you don't really have competitors in the same way. So it makes sense for grid operators. But even energy suppliers or asset owners, they've all got their own strategy, and the different teams have their own strategy. Different traders on the same team have their own strategy, and there's no way they ever, and nor should they tell them. They shouldn't tell people what they're doing and how they're doing it. So there's no way that we can have standardized evaluation. This is the stuff I wasn't saying because I don't want to tell anything as well. I mean, I'm part of the problem more than anyone else. I've got a business, I've got money.
You've got your commercial drivers.
I want to lose clients to these people, so that's that.
Well, that's one. You don't want a service that you're providing and getting income for to be somehow made free. Well, that would be a disaster for you.
It would be a disaster.
Yeah.
For example, if they started publishing like monthly big reports.
Yeah.
Which they started doing over Christmas.
Did they?
Yeah.
Who did?
National Grid did.
Gene Ham.
Gene did?
Yeah. Give him a kick.
I'm giving him a kick. Cut off half their IDs.
He's getting a kick from both sides, actually, because he's caused such fuss by bringing a mirror technology to the without actually getting it, just about improved.
Well, we'll talk about that later.
Otherwise, it will be a very different.
Well,
oh, cool. I'll take this seems so interesting, it's so close to our meeting.
turbine-level data.
Ah, yeah, I have some data. It is broken down there by 6-hour windows.
It is broken down.
Yeah, I can look.
I'll get hold of the paper.
It's like this. But it has changed here.
Just go to this anybody. I got like alerts from the other one. Yeah, David just went.
Let's talk about yeah, exactly. Exactly. Unfortunately, it's pretty fast. And one time it's short time.
Especially with all those whiskey sticks.
Which is this one?
I think green ones see okay on the screens for the red ones tend to disappear.
I'll just point to it. Yeah, exactly. All right, I'll just start.
Yeah, sure.
Right, hello everyone. My name is David Lenaghan. I'm from National Grid, and I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about wind power from the National Grid perspective. And these slides, well, I've only got one slide, but I've tried to fit. I've tried to fit 10 years, more than 10 years of efforts onto one slide. Really, this is the story of how wind power forecasting has developed within National Grid from its very beginnings in 2007 all the way through to our latest efforts this year that we're going to be starting. And I'm just going to really tell you the story of my involvement in wind power and the decisions that we made at various stages along the way, some of which will relate very closely to the previous presentation, and some of which may diverge slightly from it. So it's only one slide, so there we are. Let's work for me to click. So I should just explain broadly. This top section here are systems. So whenever we build a forecasting system and use it for many years, that's indicated in green. And our projects to construct those systems and test them and get them working, that's what the blue areas are for. The second section here is really our source of weather forecast data, and that's changed as well throughout the time, and it really plots where we change from a deterministic style forecast to probabilistic. And I'll go through the details and the difficulties that receiving a probability forecast is step one, turning that into a power probability forecast is step two, and then getting other internal customers to make good use of that is step three. Step three is the hardest of the three steps. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And just for the broad summary, I've got these numbers down here. Now, perhaps I should ask you to guess, what do you think those numbers mean?
Installed capacity.
Good guess, but no. Think less than installed capacity.
Maximum generation.
Maximum generation, yes. So these numbers are the maximum generation achieved in each of these years according to the GridWatch website that I had a look at. These early numbers are approximate, but these ones from 2011 onwards are 5-minute spot value maximum for each of those calendar years. So you can see how the maximum achieved wind has just been increasing and quite consistently over the years, and especially so just in recent times. So, yes, sorry, a question.
Yeah, do you have an idea of how much percentages of the installed capacity, roughly? Is this also increasing, like, is the 3,300 in 2012 like 10% or 50% of?
Well, in my experience, the maximum number is usually never more than 75% of the installed capacity, for various reasons of weather and reasons of plant maintenance and all those other kind of things. I should also be particularly detailed and say that this is metered. These are metered values. We don't meter every single wind farm in Great Britain, much as we might like to. There's certain thresholds where wind farms larger than a certain size mandated to provide us with metering data. Wind farms that are smaller than that don't have that obligation as yet. That may change in the future, and we're always asking ourselves whether we really need that data, or can is a choice that we often find ourselves in at various stages, as I'll go through. So that's kind of the broad spiel of what's going on this slide, but I'll take you through year by year. So let's start right at the beginning. In the beginning there was wind, as my colleague Jack was talking to me about. So before I joined the wind power forecasting team, there was some efforts, some early efforts, a colleague and an Excel spreadsheet and some free internet data, and quite a crude representation to start with, where we just represented Scotland with one big massive turbine, a gigawatt in size, and we fed that model the wind speed forecast for Glasgow and tried to make a forecast as best as could be made. And you know, with that crude technique and the free data, as you can imagine, the forecast wasn't all that accurate. 50% error was considered good, and 100% error was considered normal at that stage. So, and we only had about a gig of wind on the system at that stage. So, you know, we realised at that stage that we needed to go down this journey, but we're at the stage where a bad forecast is still better than no forecast at all. So we had a low bar to get over at that stage, but we wanted to do better, of course. Certainly with the trouble of accuracy, but the even greater trouble of the fact that Excel spreadsheets and handwritten Visual Basic and everything we wanted to do and didn't have time to, and the trouble in reliably producing the forecasts, an Excel spreadsheet just didn't do it for us. So some effort was done to create a database. I should mention that the team that created that, there were 4 of us in total. 2 colleagues that have now left the company, Shanti Majithia and David Esp, very, very smart people. They've left because of retirement. And together we constructed this database, and we had quite high ideals of what we wanted to achieve with it. We wanted to store every forecast that we received. We wanted to store every forecast that was produced and calculated. And also at that stage, I should highlight this parallel path. We went to forecast providers to provide us with forecast data for particular wind farm locations. So that was a great step forward from where we were, but still, as I'm sure you all agree, there was more to be done. So that saw us through for quite a few years. We call the system Windy Miller, just to give it a nice name, and that also had its problems, as I'm sure you can imagine. Access databases of that vintage, we were using Access 2003. I think Office is now on Office 365, so Access 2003 is a very old version of Access. And computers and technology of that vintage doesn't get on well with files bigger than 2 gigabytes. So because we wanted to store all the data, our databases got bigger and bigger and bigger. And as a result, the forecasting process got slower and slower and slower. And at one stage, it was about 2 hours from receiving a weather forecast file by email and plugging that in. Or we automated that step, but it would take 2 hours to get the result out, which was too slow. So we had to do a lot of surgery on this database, and it was quite difficult to keep it reliable. Partly through the pain of doing that, partly through the desire for doing even better than we were doing, we started up a project with our IT colleagues in National Grid to build a full-blown bulletproof Oracle database with multiple redundancy and storage capacity for storing every kind of forecast we could ever want to do. And that's what this project is all about. So a whole group of us sat down in a meeting room, a bit like this, from all parts of National Grid, and we asked the question, what kind of forecast do you need for wind power? And we had more post-it notes than you could ever imagine, flip charts, everything. And we got our heads together and prioritised the different requirements, and that's really became the foundation for our forecasting system that is called the WPFS, Wind Power Forecasting System. So that's, during that time, we learnt a lot of things which are now, looking back, a little bit obvious. But we learned that a deterministic forecast wasn't going to do the job for us. The 20% error that we were kind of achieving with Windy Miller wasn't going to be good enough. 20% of 5 gigawatts is still 1 gigawatt. 1 gigawatt of error is too much. We needed to push those errors down somehow. And also, we needed our reliability. We needed a system that could guarantee that we could produce a forecast. Even a poor forecast is better than no forecast at all. So that's what we did, but we wanted to learn a bit more about all this probability type stuff, because at that stage we knew deterministic wasn't good enough, but we didn't really know exactly what would be better. Is probability forecasting the way forward? And to answer that question, myself and my colleague David Esp, attended a fantastic workshop at a place called IEA-WIND. Has anyone heard of IEA-WIND? It stands, if you haven't, it stands for European Centre for Medium Range Weather Forecasting. And what they do is they do a global model of the world's weather, and that is the foundation for many weather companies to build their own forecasts on top of that. And we're very lucky because our control centre at National Grid is in Berkshire, not too far from the headquarters of IEA-WIND. So it was quite a nice, just short drive to take part in their Safe Wind conference that I attended back in, I think it was around 2010. Forget the exact date. But there, the IEA-WIND and the attendees in that conference day really explained what probability forecasting was all about. How did weather companies decide whether the weather was certain or uncertain? What were the mechanics of doing that? I had no idea, and it was really good to just get that information from them. And they were really pushing their ensemble prediction system quite firmly as the way forward for probability and probabilistic forecasts. So really, I felt I had my eyes open on that day. Really learned what they were trying to do, and learned how the ensemble members could indicate extreme events that might be unlikely, but there's still a chance that they might happen. And that was quite interesting to us as well. Because what the realization that dawned on us at that stage was that well, as has been mentioned before, grid operators have to hold reserves for any unforeseen circumstances. If our demand forecast is in error, if a power station should break down, or if something else should happen on our grid, we have reserves where we instruct other power stations to part load with the idea that they can increase at some later point in time. And these reserves cost money. It costs money to instruct a generator that's perfectly happy generating at 100% to go down to 50%. And once you've done that, you have to pay even more money to bring on a generator somewhere else to cover that energy that you've taken away from the first generator. So 2 payments are required. So if we can avoid doing that, then it will save a lot of money, not just for us, but for the electricity consumer as well. So we're very interested in anything that can help us to reduce the amount of reserve and to really quantify the level of uncertainty. So uncertainty, we had the idea that the ensemble prediction system from ECMWF and measures of uncertainty would help us to get our heads around that. But as I'm sure you can imagine, it wasn't quite as simple as getting a probability range A and then mapping that to a reserve level B. It's not a one-to-one mapping for all kinds of reasons. So that's the first kind of bump in the road, that the application of probability forecasts is not straightforward. So that was the first thing really to mention. ECMWF really helped us to, in our understanding there, what we needed to do and how we could go about it. So we moved, how are we doing for time? Right, not long. Let's move forward. So in 2011, with a lot of help from a lot of contractors and IT experts, we had a working wind power forecasting system. This was very good for us because even within a month or two of its operation, we were able to push our errors down, our mean absolute errors, from about 20% down to about 14% in the first month. And I'm grateful that my former colleague Jack Barber's here, because I remember him doing those calculations to figure out what percentage accuracy our new system had achieved. And we were able to announce that we'd made a great improvement. And one of the advantages of the new system was that it allowed us to make a tailored model for every single wind farm site, which was much better than what we had been doing with Windermere, which was just applying the same curve all over the place and assuming that every wind farm behaves in the same way. It was an assumption that got us that far, but we needed an assumption that needed to be thrown away and replaced with something more detailed. So with that in mind and the extra effort that we put into tuning these models, we were able to get our forecast accuracy, our errors were pushed down to roughly about 5%, which we were really happy with. So for the middle of 2012, we got our errors down to about 5% for most months of the year. We learned at that stage really that it was easier to forecast during the summer than the winter, because the weather conditions are more stable and the winter is a bit more stormy. And that really helped us to guide a little bit more what we were going to do with these probabilistic forecasts, because we realised that even though it's broadly true that the further into the future you try and forecast, the greater your uncertainties are going to be. But we started to learn that the certain weather regimes are more predictable, more stable, and there'll be maybe a day in the future or a week in the future where a big high pressure system lands over the UK, and that means the wind is calmed down and all the ensembles say the same thing. And we wanted to know when that was going to happen so that we could manage our reserves accordingly. And that was very useful during this time for reducing the amount of reserves we held against the wind. So I should just talk generally about the reserves held. In 2007, the general policy was to hold 100% of the installed capacity of wind as reserve, which was, people didn't know what to do at that stage, so they just did the safest thing they thought they could, but the very expensive thing. Very quickly we got to the stage where we used the wind power forecast as a thing to use to set the reserve. So whatever the forecast said, we take 30% of that and use that as our reserve policy for wind power forecast errors. And then as we moved into 2012 and 13, and we pushed our errors down even further, we pushed our reserve holding policy down to 10%. So 10% of the forecast we hold as reserve. So even that's still true even today. So if we were forecasting 10 gigawatts of wind on our system, we would be holding 1 gigawatt of reserve, purely for wind power forecast error. We hold reserve for other purposes as well, and we have separate categories for that. So that's useful. That was this has actually allowed us to accommodate a lot of wind power on our system and also manage our costs down. Really, all this effort has paid for itself in that way, which is fantastic. So really, recognise I've run out of time now, but the main thing I wanted to get across to you is that at the current time we're just at an exciting stage where we're starting to think again. You know, we've done all these great things, but what can we do even better? So we have a new project that's starting to take shape. It's called PEF, Platform for Energy Forecasting, and that will not only do wind power forecasting, but also demand forecasting and solar PV forecasting as well. So one of the questions I have for yourselves is, what is the benefit of incorporating data from these multiple areas to improve the forecast quality? Can data from solar PV be used to enhance wind power forecasting quality, or vice versa? What are the current practices and thoughts in that area? So that's probably a good point to draw my presentation to a close and say thank you very much for listening. Any answers on that?
One obvious question is, did you check your forecast accuracy that you get versus some of the industry solutions?
Well, the honest answer is not quite, and the reason for that is that, again, there was a lot of policy decisions at various stages that I haven't had time to go into. But one of the policy decisions that we took internally was we wanted to have control of our forecasting models. Various reasons for doing that. Mainly is we felt that the forecasting models gave us some control of the process, but mainly we could see that some weather providers had a certain bias sometimes. Some weather providers would be very good at high wind conditions and inaccurate at low wind conditions, or vice versa. And those kind of biases, we felt with our tailoring that we could do, we could take them into account And also we were worried about the possibility that maybe a forecast provider would provide us with a bad forecast. So we still wanted some way of just manually entering some sensible number to ensure that our processes still continue to work in that situation. So we really wanted control of most of the tools. So once we decided that, it really precluded what everyone else was doing in that space, because we wanted to drive the car ourselves. We weren't interested in taxi drivers, to put an analogy to it. Sorry, yes.
I would like to answer or give an inspiration to your new platform. I think one of the great advantages in doing what you're starting to do is if you have an application that takes all the uncertainties that are weather related into account, you can, because you cannot add up wind and solar uncertainties. You have to compute the uncertainties on the total, and then you would want to compute the uncertainty of your forecast for your reserve allocation. You would want to have this on the entire formula: demand minus wind minus solar. And so this is where you have to go. Yes.
Yes. Yes, you.
So it's the natural path, and it's also the right path, because whatever you need consistency in your system, and only if you have that consistency also from the weather forecast, and if you work with the probabilistic forecast, you're not dependent on a deterministic decision, but then it's even more important that all the data that you're using through your system is consistent. And whether it is a little bit better or worse, that's not the issue. If you can manage with 12 gigawatt reserve of only 10%, that's impressive, I must say. So your system must be working well. You're a good driver,
so
at least.
Yes, you just reminded me of one of the conversations I had with a control engineer in our control room when we'd broken the 6 gigawatt barrier, and at that stage that was just, it seemed to be like we were flying at the speed of light almost at that stage. So I went into the control room with my forecast and asked this engineer, how did you cope with all that wind last night? Because the 6 gigawatts was achieved overnight, which is actually more difficult to accommodate on our grid. And he looked me in the eye and he said, I took 2 pills and it went away. So that was that. Yes, front row, and I'll come to you then. Yes.
Thanks for the presentation. You mentioned those 10%. I guess it was the 10% of the P50 forecast. Now on the slide you are also mentioning probabilistic forecasts. How do you use those?
Yes, sorry, there's something I didn't explain through lack of time, but I'll perhaps outline it now. We made a policy decision at this stage where we had to choose whether we would receive every single ensemble member from the weather companies, or whether we would ask them to send us a set of percentiles. It was a really difficult choice at that stage. In the end, practicalities of computing power and what we had access to led us to move towards the percentiles. So that was chosen for just sheer data volume management purposes. It also had the advantage that it provided a common interface to all the weather companies, because we specified these percentiles of 10% intervals, and we could compare weather companies with each other in that way. So that was the only practical decision that we could make, because if we'd chosen every single ensemble member, then basically this wouldn't have been possible to get working. It wouldn't have provided a forecast in a reasonable length of time. So that was a good decision at that time. But we realised that halfway down here that we were throwing away information from the individual ensemble members that could be going up or down in any direction that would indicate possibility of a wind ramp. To this day, the times when we have really big wind power forecast errors is when there's a ramping event, when the weather's transitioning from low wind all the way up to high wind, and this can take place over the course of a day, but the timing of that ramp can be out by 3 or 4 hours, and if you're just doing the very basic forecast minus actual calculation, that's when you get really big errors. So really in this, for that reason, really in our new project, I'm going to be pushing quite hard to actually undo the decision that we made earlier for practical reasons and make sure that now we've got the benefits of much increased computing capacity, we should be able to receive every single ensemble member in every weather company that we want, and then process that through our entire system, and then only at the end will we turn the ensembles of wind power into percentiles, and then that will allow us to do what we always wanted to do, is group wind farms together in various groups and add the probabilities together in a sensible way that will give us a reasonable answer. Because at the moment we receive our percentiles from the weather companies for different sites, and we want to group those sites together and get the wind power probability forecast for a region, and we just add them together. And as you can imagine, those with a statistical background will know, and Jack's shaking his head as well, that gives a very pessimistic probability range, too pessimistic. So we really want to, if we're going to make the best use of probability forecasts, we need to fix this decision that we had to make for practical purposes, but I think we can improve on that in the future. So, sorry, a roundabout way to answer your question, but I thought I had to give you a little bit of history to see, so that you could see where we were trying to get to and why we weren't there already. Okay, got 2 at the back.
Maybe we can take one more question and then save the rest for lunch, if that's all right?
Yeah, feel free to talk to me over lunch, anything you want to discuss. But if there's a question you think will benefit the entire audience here now, then I'll see you with a hand up, please.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a big topic, but I wonder if you could say a few words on, has the use of the forecast changed over time as well, in terms of maybe the level of automation? Is it still based on someone, a human, being in the loop and making decisions, or has it also been any kind of automation of the decision-making process as well?
Oh, yeah, that is quite a big question. Yeah, there's always going to be a control engineer at the end of the process until we automate grid operations entirely. And since efforts have been made in that direction, but it is a really, really, really difficult job to actually think about doing that. And I can talk a little bit more over lunch, maybe, about some of our efforts there. But yes, there is always a control engineer who receives a printout still of our forecast. And one of my colleagues has emailed through a recent forecast, and I can maybe show some of you over lunch what that looks like today with the in excess of 13 gigawatts of wind. And that control engineer is quite within his rights to, just like a driver is within his rights to ignore the sat-nav and go his own way, a control engineer can ignore the forecast. But we have built up quite a good reputation in the control room that our forecasts are pretty good. But every now and again, one of these ramping errors, or maybe the forecast provider provides a bad forecast, and that moves all the way through our systems, and the control engineer, understandably, loses a bit of confidence in our forecasts. So there will always be that kind of dynamic. The control engineer needs to have faith in the forecast. If that evaporates, then the forecast becomes useless. Even if it's the next day is bang on accurate, that engineer will say, well, yesterday's forecast was terrible. How do I know this one isn't going to be terrible as well? And there's that conversation to be had. I think that human element is very, very important because that's something that computers can't. Computers don't have a belief or a faith or confidence or any of those things that people do have. And computers have been saved from going terribly wrong by someone who just scratches their head and think, that answer doesn't look very right to me. So I think the human element is still very, very, very important until computers can actually start creating their own forecasts and their own decisions. But I don't think we're quite there yet, but I don't know how far away we are. Hopefully that's been a big enough answer for your very big question.
Thanks very much, David. So the next speaker is Tilman. Okay. So without further ado, Tilman.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tilman. So I'm a end user of forecast. I work in energy trading. Have been working in energy trading over the last 5.5 years. Before that, I used to be a PhD student at DTU Wind Energy. That's where I know Gregor from. And last year, I decided to quit my job and set up WindPoint. And WindPoint focuses on electricity trading. Started in the Netherlands, focusing on short-term power trading. So it's trading electricity on after the day-ahead market. So everything 24 hours before delivery. So very short-term. Most of the focus is on the last few hours before delivery, actually. Well, the goal of the presentation, the title maybe suggests that I'm going to show a lot of ways how we can use probabilistic forecasts to use or to add value. But actually, I'm more going to show problems than solutions. So yeah, it's a lot about, well, the goal is basically to show you a bit what kind of uncertainty we and everybody involved in energy trading are facing on a daily level on the energy markets, and also the rising uncertainty, and yeah, how probabilistic forecasts maybe can be out there. And I wasn't entirely sure what kind of audience would be here, so I expected mainly academic. So I tried to make the slides very general, so if you have no experience in energy markets, I hope you can still follow along. But I saw many points that I wanted to make were already touched upon in previous presentations. So I'm going to jump right into showing you some energy price numbers, since I'm from trading. So here we go. That's a graph showing the day-ahead prices compared to the imbalance prices in the Netherlands on the 10th of January this year. Short explanation for those not so familiar with the markets. On the right, you see the different market timeframes where you can trade electricity. So if you want to trade a week, a month, or a year ahead, you would do that on the forward and futures market. Then a day before delivery across Europe, you have the day-ahead market. It's basically a big auction where everybody supplies their bids, and well, the exchanges basically match supply with demand, and the outcome is a price. That's the bluish line. So you get an hourly price for every hour of the next day, and it's published around 1 o'clock day before delivery. Then if you move further, you go into the intraday market. So there you're able to adjust your positions up to 5 minutes before delivery, in the Netherlands that is. It's a little different in different countries. And then if you go into actually real time, so delivering the electricity, you go into the balancing market. Well, I think David talked quite a bit about the balancing mechanism. So, well, essentially that's where the TSO needs to balance the grid, and needs to, all the forecasting errors that the market made, well, need to be taken care of. So you need to balance those with the balancing actions in the market. So now looking at the variation, so you see a Y variation. If you look at the prices, I mean, we're talking about a factor of 10 almost. So prices are around 30, 40, 50 euros, and imbalance prices up to 350 euros. So you see a really extreme variation of prices. Of course, I picked a day where there was quite some extremes. But so this is not an average day, but it is, I mean, we rarely see a day now where you don't have any of those spikes anymore. So it's something you see on a daily level. And yeah, the order of magnitude, you can, I mean, if you talk in financial terms, it's a factor of 10, so it's an extreme uncertainty you're facing in the markets. So whatever decisions you make, it has a big impact financially. So if you can just improve a little bit, it can make a big impact. And maybe also explain that how are those prices established? So the day-ahead market, as I said, is matching supply with demand. So it's basically entirely based on expectations of market participants. So how much wind is there going to be? How much are my customers going to consume? And that's well, to some extent speculation. You know, some people already have an opinion of the next day and buy a little more, a little less than what they actually think they need. And then the imbalance market, on the other hand, is a purely physical market. I mean, the TSO needs to balance the grid. That costs. There's costs being made there, and that's what determines the imbalance price. So that price is based on fact, you could say, no speculation, I would say. So that's the difference between those markets. So yeah, I really like the imbalance market since, well, I'm a technical guy, it's based on facts, there's no speculation, so it's basically when the whole energy market has to show their cards and you see how good the market as a whole was in forecasting the situation. And now I have two slides basically explaining where this variability comes from, or trying to explain a bit. So in this specific day, well, you cannot explain all of them, but some of them you can. So in this case, there was an outage of a big power plant in the night, so that caused some spikes here. Then there was significantly less wind in the Netherlands during those hours that caused big price spikes here. And then on top of that, during after lunch hours, there was less solar production. So it was quite a wild day. And now the two slides are more in general, like about the fundamentals where these price variations come from. So this is, well, I'm explaining it on two examples. Basically, it shows the evolution of volatility. So what is volatility? It's how much a price varies in time. So if you have wide variations in price over a short period of time, you have high volatility. If price stays constant, you have basically zero volatility. So say you want to buy power a year in advance. So January next year, I want to buy power. You're somewhere here on the curve, so that's next year. Power has a certain price. If you trade it the next day, probably not much of the price has changed. It's the expectation on seasonal averages of wind production, of solar production. If you move closer to delivery, new information enters the market, especially in the electricity market. Weather changes can have a big price impact. So the closer you move to delivery, the higher the uncertainty gets and the higher the price variation gets. And that basically increases up to delivery. I mean, if you look at the prices, day-ahead market, intraday market, you see the most variations really sometimes minutes before delivery. Price variations, they are really wildly depending on what the imbalance is doing at that point in time. So it's similar with gas, a little less violent since you can store gas and power. Well, you can store it as well, but especially in the Netherlands, you don't have hydropower, so you have wide variations. Well, say another example, if you would want to buy coffee next year, it's an agricultural commodity, you have more variation in price in the future since you don't know what the harvest of next year is going to be. If you move closer to delivery, it's clear, you know, how much coffee the farmers have in stock. So that's just a little explanation how volatility, or how it's different in the power markets, quite specific in this case. And that's some general trends in the market to show you that the example I showed you in the first slide is extreme, but it's not something that, well, it's something we will keep seeing and which is getting more extreme. So here you see the volumes at the intraday market that has been traded. So you see a steady and significant increase over the last year. So that shows the need of the market to adjust positions in, you know, short lead times. And then some general findings from this annual report. The 2019 version wasn't published yet. So you see the imbalance volumes are increasing. The prices are getting more volatile. Further growth of renewables that triggers this. And that's a report that was published last week from the Power Exchange. So because the 2019 numbers missing here, last year you had another 55.7% increase of trading volume. So it's really extreme how fast the market is evolving and how much bigger those uncertainties are getting that we're facing. well, that's a picture that is a bit for quality. I took it with my phone that was hanging on the trade floor of Eneco Energy Trading in Rotterdam. And I like the picture since it somehow shows the dilemma that the trader is facing every day. You are swamped with information. You have wind forecasts, solar forecasts, market information that come in real time. So you're basically sitting there. You have to make a decision. You don't have complete information. You know you cannot trust all information. So what are you going to do? So you have to take a decision. You're responsible for it. But yeah, it's a difficult one to make. So in this example, let's say this would be a wind forecast. What would you do? So usually you don't want to swamp a trader with even more information on, you know, I have now not a deterministic forecast, but I have this now for you. Yeah, it's going to be tough. So common approach, since we heard in several presentations, you're trying to sort of mix those together to come up with one deterministic forecast with the lowest mean absolute error or mean squared error. Well, then maybe this looks familiar to some of you working with forecasts. Well, you deliver a forecast, you have a technical team of data scientists and guys with PhDs making really good forecasts. They deliver them, somebody else needs to take the decisions. And well, I've literally been in the situation. It was in the beginning when I started at Vattenfall. I was sitting there as a forecaster on a Sunday morning making my forecasts. The guy from the intraday desk comes over, hey Tilman, what's wrong with your forecast? I was like, I can check in the system. I checked, all data was fine. I said, yeah, but why, what's wrong? Like, yeah, your forecast was totally off last night. I just lost my whole week's profits because your forecast was off. And okay, that's not nice to hear. So that was, for me, that was really sort of a key moment where I realized the misconceptions that are there when you base decisions on a forecast. So one of them sort of implies, by saying your forecast is wrong, it implies that there can be a right forecast, but in this case, he put way too much confidence on a single number that he got. And I mean, it's maybe not to blame. He gets so much information, he gets so much, so he cannot, yeah, he just has a number, that's all he has to do with. So in this case, yeah, he was not, I guess, up to date of, this is just an indication. I mean, the variations are big. So yeah, there was too much trust in this case. Also, I think this has been touched upon in a previous presentation, that yeah, using an error metric like mean absolute error, root mean square error, all assume that well, the perfect forecast can be expressed in a single number. And then what's also really important, I think, is well, transparency and uncertainty. So by transparency, I mean, in this case, if somebody is exposed to a single number, like how can he judge it if he doesn't know what's behind it, where it's coming from, what forecasts are being fed into the model, what is the kind of model? And I've seen this also a lot when working with forecast providers. You get a model, they might have a good score in whatever metrics you choose to evaluate them on. But then if you ask questions like, okay, what methods do you use to optimize it? What do you optimize on? Often they start to get secretive about, this is their business model. So, and that's something really, I thought that was scary to see, because if you want to have decision making on the other end, by not knowing what you're getting, I mean, yeah, how can you make the best decisions if you don't really know what's behind it? And yeah, so that's, I think, really a key point that I'm focusing on a lot, that I don't use any forecast when I don't know exactly what's behind it. And yeah, in terms of uncertainty, well, I think this has been touched upon further. Well, maybe we should focus instead of a deterministic forecast and predicting the variability if we can't predict the wind itself correctly. And this shows the distribution of the imbalance prices in the Netherlands in 2019. So it again shows how many extreme values we have. So you see it's far from a normal distribution. It has really fat tails. And well, the main point I want to make is, yeah, volume doesn't equal value. So it's really those events that can make or break your revenue. If you earn money in a month or not, it can be some few single events that really make the difference. So just, I mean, I make this over the whole year. So if you calculate the price, if you would sell 1 megawatt throughout the whole year in the imbalance market, you would make 50% of your profits in 20% of the time. So it shows like the extreme events are really the ones that matter. Well, and you see here, comparing the mean with the median, you have a skewed distribution, and you really have those fat tails that you're dealing with that are really important. And that's a quote I got over by reading a paper lately, which I really like. It's if you go out in the evening with a shotgun and see 2 flocks of ducks and you aim for the least squares location, you will go home hungry. The maximum likelihood approach is to aim for one of the flocks instead. So it shows if you're not dealing with normal distributions, or if you're dealing with skewed distributions or multimodal distributions, yeah, that's the problem you're facing when you optimize on these error metrics. It's like squared errors. I think I'm going quite fast, but I think it's fine since I'm running out of time. And this is just, it's not a complete list, it's just, I thought I made a list, okay, what's the methods that I came across and that I've been using to sort of come up with probabilistic forecasts. So on the left, well, I named it physical, it's actually numerical, so that's from the numerical weather prediction models. Well, you can get ensemble forecasts that give you some sense of the uncertainties involved. As mentioned before, they're uncalibrated, so usually they underestimate the uncertainties. So if you look at observations, you'll see that many more observations are more extreme than what the models tell you how probable they are. So that's one thing you're facing. And in my specific use case, if you look at the very short term, usually that's at least what I was told by meteorologists, and those ensemble forecasts are not necessarily valid just after a model got published, since it's really the initial errors that they introduced that are still governing the solutions. So, well, there's some value in it, of course, especially for the longer term, but I'm not heavily relying on them, at least. And then you have, well, so you're left with statistical methods, basically. You have your forecast, you know the past, what happened, what errors happened, and you kind of trying to connect the dots. One is quantile regression. You mentioned these models before. It's I think it's a powerful method. The problems that I faced was when you're really trying to predict the whole distributions, you have 10 or 20 different percentile models. They're basically independent from each other, so you can get funny things, especially on the tails where quantiles start to cross each other. So yeah, things that can get solved, but it's definitely not plug and play. Then well, prediction intervals. I've been seen them being used. I mean, it's a simplification again. You just express uncertainty as a single number, but maybe it's still better than nothing. Actually, in a previous job at INECO, we would have something called a weather risk index. So you would, based on very different parameters, you would come up with a risk index of how risky the weather would be in a certain day, and that would actually decide on how many traders would have to be on the desk at a certain moment in time. So it was really like, if there was a risky day, there was additional manpower on the desk to really have the time to analyze the forecasts from all the different countries where you're active. Well, and then the last one is full density function. So that's, of course, well, sort of the nicest way if you can get that. So you have the full distribution of the probability. Well, you have certain methods to come up with this. And I have one example. I won't go into the details. That's using kernel density estimation by using statistical methods. And that's a master thesis from Garrett Dane. It was published last year. He did his master thesis at the Technical University in Delft. So basically, well, he did different things, but the one thing I want to focus on is the purely statistical part. So he had a wind farm in Belgium with 150 megawatts, where he had all the historical forecasts. So he used the day-ahead forecasts as the only weather input, and then he used and also the observations. So he knew the errors of the forecast, and he knew the market prices, how they would behave in the past. So based on these two informations, he would come up with a statistical optimization to, well, increase the value of this wind farm. And well, how he did it, he tried to model basically the forecast errors. He tried to predict the day-ahead price and the imbalance price, and especially the errors. What are the variants? So, well, and you can see that's actually the output from the statistical model. So you can see that it captures nicely the skew distribution of the forecast error. It shows, for example, for the imbalance error, you see this sort of bimodal shape. Since in Belgium you have an imbalance regime that's either 0 or 100 many times. So you see that this approach sort of captures all these funny distributions, and he used then those to make quantile forecasts. And again, this is really purely statistical. So it's not the weather risk in itself. It's he made it conditional on the wind speed, so on the level of the wind speed. So say if there was a high wind speed, there's maybe the market behaves in a different way than if there's a low wind speed. So all this information you try to take and then make optimized bits for the wind farm. So that's some of the results. So say the reference forecast, that's the black line. So that's your wind forecast, the deterministic wind forecast for the day ahead. And then you have different strategies. that sort of deviate from that forecast depending on what opinion the model has on what the imbalance price is going to do on the next day. Should you buy it a little more? Should you buy it a little less? And well, you can take this to the extreme, which is the blue line, which basically says, okay, you optimize on revenue, and if the model has an opinion that the imbalance price is going to be higher, you don't sell anything on the day ahead. You just, and of course that's a shortcoming since you also influence the market. But it just shows that, yeah, the optimum is not staying on the reference line, but it's really to deviate from it. So it's also what I mentioned earlier. Volume doesn't equal value, and he showed several things. I don't want to go into the details, but I just want to pay attention on 2 points. So the green one is the reference forecast. This purple one is his best optimal model by using all the statistics. So in this case, he managed to make a new forecast that has a less good mean absolute error. So actually his absolute imbalance is bigger, but he creates bigger value, which means he deviates in the right moment, and based on the extremes of the imbalance price, in the end he created a bigger value. And what he also showed, if you do this in the right way, you are basically reducing total system costs and also reduce the total risk of extreme system imbalances if you do it in the right way. Since this blue line shows if you take this to the extreme, you can actually do a very bad forecast. But there is a way to basically improve your forecast using only statistical methods by deviating from the optimal mean absolute error forecast and create more value. So that's the last point. So if you have any questions. Yes.
Thanks, really interesting. So I really like the illustration of the volatility, and you mentioned something about how prices move when new information enters the market.
Yeah.
So do you see that kind of effect when, for example, one of the big weather centers issues a new forecast?
Yeah, definitely.
So what's the value in being fastest to respond to that new forecast, and how are people approaching that?
Well, there's certainly value in being quick, especially if you have the big weather updates like the IEA-WIND in the morning. You see actually the market is moving based on the new update. I think in terms of speed, the market is not so mature like in the financial market where you talk about milliseconds, at least not on the intraday market. I mean, it's we're talking, you see the update coming, and then you see some price movement, but it's not that extreme. So I think on the long-term trading, I know that if you trade futures like weeks and months ahead, I've seen really like they wait for the ensemble forecast from IEA-WIND coming out, and then the meteorologist sits in front of the screen waiting for the publish, and then he shouts buy or sell to some of the traders. So there, it seems I'm not familiar in that market, but that seems to be really time critical, and it's also about much bigger volumes. But on the intraday market, yes, I've seen reactions to that, but nowadays I don't think yet that we're not talking about minutes, but it is, you see the effect for sure. Yeah. Yes.
Why do you think there is still such a, let's say, mass of traders that are doing the same thing?
Yeah, good question.
I mean, it's especially in Germany. You see, the German market is kind of extremely screwed up, I would call it, because it's like everybody's using the same thing. And last year in February, I think it was, or no, in June.
June, yes.
There was a really big event where there was a lot of costs generated because everybody was doing the same thing. What?
Yeah, I have no answer to that, to be honest. I mean, so why is everybody doing the same thing? Maybe it's also a point that David made earlier, like, I am a technical guy, so I always approach forecasting from a technical perspective. Make the best forecast, explain this person who's responsible takes the decision, okay, this is the facts, this is how you can improve it, and I always thought, okay, then you're done, you showed it, right? It works, so now we just have to implement it. But I really underestimated the last part. There's an organization in place, there's people in place. How do we change an existing process? And it's really difficult. I mean, you can't just get rid of the trader. I mean, it's really hard. And why is everybody doing the same thing? Yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, one thing is, you rely on weather providers, and everybody has access to this data. So everybody that pays them to deliver their forecast, and you see a heavy bias towards, the biggest share of the market relies on the IEA-WIND forecast heavily, especially on day ahead. So you always see if ECMWF is wrong, the whole market is on one side. So if you some way can sense those errors, and I believe that the attentive observer sometimes can spot these situations, well, then that's where you can benefit from it. But yeah, I don't have the answer to this. But the event in June was really extreme. So and that was.
I mean, the commissioner should do something about it.
I agree, and I mean there is 6 lawsuits going on right now from the Bundesnetzagentur against some companies that were actually speculating. So apparently, I was told in a conference last week from people that were involved, what happened was there was a desperate need of more power, so the grid provider issued bids on the energy exchange, buying electricity for over 700 euros, while the maximum balancing price was only 400 euros. So what apparently people did, they sold electricity they didn't have at 700 euros, saying, okay, the bill is just going to be 400 anyways, so you just go ahead, and then that made the problem worse than it was. But yeah.
So as a trader, and you're probably more knowledgeable than many traders in terms of information available, where do you feel you have an advantage over the market? So what part of the market are you trying to exploit?
Yeah, I think it's what I showed earlier. It's transparency. I know exactly, if we decided to basically not work with, we work with weather providers, but we built the whole chain ourselves. So we basically mostly work with raw weather data. So we have control over the whole chain from data to trading decision. We don't have a big organization, so as soon as we see something, we can react immediately. So we are really quick in innovating. That's definitely one advantage. It's speed, transparency, and the small organizational structure, I would say, that we work in. So it's not the fancy models or something. Really, it's just getting robust things together. Look at when things are off, and then, like I showed also in the example, it's about those 20% of the time, or even less. If I look at when I earn my money, I mean it's 80% of my money of the money we generate is done in even 20 or less than 10% of the time. It's the extreme events that we focus on. Yes.
So just how do you then protect yourself against? Because the intraday market is quite. You could really get your fingers burned.
Yeah.
You could obviously take advantage of it, but you can also get really into difficulties. How do you adapt to the limits?
2 things. You have to be somewhat conservative. So don't be greedy. So I mean, you really. I rely on weather data, so I don't consider myself a trader. I'm a forecast analyst that somehow had an idea But yeah, it's be conservative. Of course, you have a big, in terms of risk management, you have a big amount of money that's just sitting there as your collateral. So if things go wrong, that you don't go bust from one day to the other. And be conservative and cherry pick basically your moments where you decide to do something on the market. So it's this combination. Yeah.
Doesn't that answer why everyone does the same thing?
How do you mean?
If everyone is being conservative, then wouldn't that be the reason why people school?
Could be, yeah. I'm not sure, yeah. Maybe it's also that still, I think still a big part of the market participants rely on deterministic forecasts. So that's this quote of the ducks, right? You know that those extremes are going to happen, but you're still sort of aiming for the middle. So sometimes you need to deviate from that. And if the market doesn't do that, well, you see those extremes. So, yeah.
What, if any, are some of the structural problems of the market that you trade in, that you see?
What are the structural problems? Yeah, what are the structural problems? I mean, it used to be, it's a quickly evolving market, so it used to be that there's not enough liquidity, so there was not that many market participants on the short-term market, but there was a need for it. So that's changing right now, as we saw the volumes, how it's increasing. So, yeah, what's the real shortcomings? I would say it's the availability of data. It's, I mean, still from the grid providers, it really depends from country to country, but it's hard to really tell what situation is the grid in right now. What's the current wind production, or even afterwards, what was the exact wind production of a country, or even solar production? Usually, you don't know it. You don't know in the Netherlands, for example, how many people put solar panels on their roofs. You don't have to register that anywhere. So, also as a grid provider, you don't know how much capacity there's installed, so that's a problem, and that causes these spikes as well.
I don't know if it's a question or a comment on these, on somehow the limitations of, or the effects of the market, electricity market. One thing that I've noticed looking at the Irish market, the time of day ahead market closure, I guess there's also operation, maybe David can answer that question. It's quite far away from, it's almost the farthest away from 7 p.m., say 6 p.m., 7 p.m. of the next day, which is usually the period where demand is the highest, but especially the volatility of prices, at least in the Irish market, but maybe in other markets, is the highest. So the highest uncertainty of prices is also at a forecast horizon that is very far away. So, looking from the perspective of wind power, you have a high uncertainty because of the forecast horizon. The wind doesn't know that the prices are higher at 7 p.m. the next day, but just because you have to submit your bids by 11, 12 of the previous day, you'll have a high uncertainty that also correlates with a high uncertainty of the prices. So I was wondering, maybe pushing ahead that the market closure time, shifting that in order to have a shorter forecast horizon for the hours where you have kind of higher volatility of prices.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you can't take away the variability of the wind. So what you can do is you shift a lot of those volumes towards closer times that are closer to delivery. So that's what you also see, that more and more volumes are getting traded after the day ahead closure to adjust for those positions. But I agree. Yeah, I mean, usually when companies need to make their bids, it's I think it also depends on the company. It's around 11 o'clock. So usually the last model runs you use are from midnight. So the ECMWF run from midnight, and that's used. It's a 48-hour difference until the end of the next day. So of course there's a lot of uncertainty. So, but I mean, yeah, it's there to stay. It's just it's the intraday market that's becoming more and more important. Also in Ireland, I know that's just part of the European Power Exchange since a good year or so. So it's also
being very messy.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's a very interesting. We are looking into Ireland also at the moment, but yeah, it's
not a nice show.
Okay.
Great, thanks very much. So now before lunch, we have the opportunity to hear more about the forecasting game that hopefully everyone has received a link to by email. Karina's going to tell us a bit more about that now.
You have to help me.
Where did you put the slides?
Yeah, I have put them on. Yeah, I don't know how to find them. No. They are here. Perfect. So I hope everybody has read about it. I have, together with Nadine Fleischhut from the Max Planck Institute in Berlin, created a forecasting game, and I wanted to have kind of the audience that is here, that has been listening to the talks this morning, just play it on the spot here before we go to lunch, and I can then provide results after in the afternoon. Maybe some of you, or hopefully some of you, have already been playing, but maybe what you have heard this morning is going to change some of the things that you have done previously, or hopefully you don't remember all of the cases. But I wanted to make a few points, and I wanted to explain to you also what kind of probabilistic forecast you are seeing, because I see that what you're seeing is not so well known. I will jump over this. It will be on the website afterwards. But what really we want to bring up to your awareness is this appropriate approach. Not every probabilistic forecasting approach is is also working for all kinds of applications. So this is really an important thing. And then it's this incentive of avoiding imbalance costs. We have seen this, we have heard this from David and from Tilman. It's about the costs that we are talking about. And then it's a little bit this become a price maker. Today, wind and solar is traded with unlimited, so that it's getting into the market. But as we increase the levels of penetration, wind will have to become, or wind and solar will have to become also price makers, because zero prices or negative prices will be just bringing the prices to negative or too low that nobody can earn money anymore. So, and then this only trade when it makes sense. This is what we heard from Tobias, from Tilman just now, that you have to somehow also sometimes be conservative, otherwise you lose too much money. And I will not go into this very much, but there are different approaches, and for the game we have been using an ensemble approach. And there are two different ensemble approaches, kind of categorized, can we say. We have a deterministic NWP model that where the initial conditions are perturbed. And then this is what ECMWF or NCEP are doing with some special methodologies that I won't go into. There is also a little bit of physics coming in, and so on. So it's what ECMWF is doing today is a little bit a mixture of these two, but in general it's the difference between these two ensemble methodologies is that the lower one has a target time of where the uncertainty is valid. So that could be a 48-hour or a 24-hour, whereas the other approach, a physical ensemble, that is where it's many different NWP models, and in the case of the game it's 75, where certain physical processes are different. So they do the same, but they have different assumptions to solve the equations, and that generates uncertainty. And that uncertainty is valid in every time step of the forecast. So you don't have this problem with the target times. And what we did in the game is that I said there are three postulates that I have. This is the success in the training is highly dependent on the cost of the balancing power needed due to, so this is the imbalance cost again. And then I'll just say 5% of the cases where there are large forecast errors are responsible for 95% of the costs in a month or a year. This is maybe a little bit different in reality, but it's a bit the same as Tilman says, that 20% of the time is where you generate 50% of the income. It's a bit vice versa. I'm looking onto the cost, but it's again the tails. So we lose the money in the extreme events, and that's of course what we are trying to do here also. And then reducing these costs is more important than having a deterministic forecast with 1 or 2% or even 5% better scores in MAE or RMSE. So the game I have selected, it's a wind farm in the North Sea, offshore wind farm in the North Sea, and I have selected 12 cases, and to make this easier, we have the assumption that if the cutoff wind speed or high-speed shutdown, as we call it here, is happening, that can be over a few hours, over a longer period. This is not what we are concerned about here. We're just looking into, do we understand and catch an extreme event with different methodologies. So a high-speed shutdown or cutoff wind event is when the wind speeds exceeds typically in a range of 21 to 25, 27 meter per second, and we in the wind energy, it has been kind of this threshold of 25 meter per second. And do not get cheated about this. 25 meter per second must not be that critical point. It can also be lower where the wind speeds, or it can be higher where the turbines still run. So it's the evaluation of the information that you get that should bring you to your decision. And what it means is that you decide on a deterministic and a probabilistic information data set whether you trade 100% or 50%. And now we can see this here. I'll go one more down. So 50% means I'm conservative. I expect that there is a high-speed shutdown, and that means that I'm not losing money, but I'm also not earning money. If there is one. If there is none, if there is one, then I can earn 2,500 euro, and then if I choose 100% that I believe in the forecast, then it means that if there is a high-speed shutdown, I lose 5,000 euro. If there is no, I gain. So I can lose a lot. I can lose 5,000 if I'm wrong, whereas if I'm conservative, I'm not losing or not gaining, because I expect that the balancing, or there can be short-term trading with that in the short-term market. So this is kind of an example of the 3 independent deterministic forecasts. They are just randomly chosen out of the 75 forecasts, and you have here a wind speed, and that is just the mean, so it's not a randomly chosen forecast, a deterministic, it's the mean of 75 forecasts, so be aware of that. And then we have decided to make this 25 meter per second reference line, but keep in mind that, that range. And then what you see here is the probabilistic forecast, and I have chosen this example because you can see the spread, the uncertainty of the forecast is not necessarily at the end of the forecast. It can also be at the very beginning. And be aware of it's a day ahead forecast. So this forecast is generated one day before you see on the plots. And what you see here are the percentiles that David has been talking about. So you see here 9 percentiles that go from min to 10 and 10 to 20, and then you have a min and a max that is only in the wind speed. So you have it for the wind speed and you have it for the power. And here is again the cost function. So when you trade 100% and you have a high-speed shutdown, you lose 5,000 euro. If there is no high-speed shutdown, you gain 5,000. And if you are conservative and you say there is a high-speed shutdown, you don't gain anything, but you also don't lose anything. And if there is none, you only lose half of it. So, any questions? You can play it on your mobile phone. I hope we have I don't have the link here, but can we?
I think it was emailed on.
It was
It was
emailed
emailed several times, and it's also on that Eventbrite page.
So if you can find it on your computer or your mobile phone, it would be really great if everybody would now take 10 to 12 minutes to play the game again. Yes?
What was the max interval for the probabilistic forecast, for the density forecast? What was the max interval that it's covering in?
Well, you see, the uncertainty forecasts are generated with an ensemble. So we're not looking into densities. It's generated from the numerical weather forecasts.
Right.
Even without this, because basically you have your easy and here is your risk. Here's the important region. So this is a normal distribution, and this is a uniform distribution. So we can assume, and this is visually also in forecast. And then, so we can basically sample this one. This is like a stupid approach to sample from that one. And then we can take both these ones and we can calculate the revenue.
Ja, das ist nur gibt's ein Chapter ist ja auch limitiert die Komplexität
But in this case, it can be a payment, it can be a high-speed shutdown, even if it's less than 25.
Just I don't know. I think there's a high speed shutdown. It's like taking from the real data.
forgot to tell whoever is done is allowed to go to lunch. And you don't have to look at the end results there. This is confusing. So it will be, I will present the results from the gaming after lunch.
Great. So can I just also ask anyone who wants to join us for dinner at the Indian down the road, who hasn't already let me know that you're coming, please do so over lunch. And also if you are coming, you can also let me know if you're vegetarian, because it's kind of a set menu type thing. Great. Maybe when we come back I'll just ask people to put their hands up and it'll be easy for me to count them.
I ended up in the whiskey bar.
Nice speeding up.
It was a hard thing for me.
Screw the profits, I'm hungry.
Yeah, but they were, they had one, we couldn't even have two. So we could have only, there was two that had two. Most of us had only one, so we didn't get too much food. But it's a great
I think it's percentage of power That's what I thought as well. Okay. I think we're on the same page. I'm glad you all think so. Yeah, this is interesting though, like the wins. This is 80%. Okay. So that's like too much inspiration. It's also one of the high-speed events happening.
They say who's the wall windows. So yeah, it's always things it's not a big sticky one, is it? So sometimes these are giant post-its.
What we do is we maintain them one here and two there, so we can talk about it. Or you can make the description out of because they do No, we have just, it's only, we have not looked into that. We just finished 12 minutes, and then we said, now we'll see if we I mean, if you
have 12 pieces that you can like randomly sample.
You can make 12 times, you can make 24, possibly 24 correct decisions. So that's
Yes. But I mean, the optimal solution if you would have infinite number of samples. So if you would, now you made 12 cases or 24 cases.
Yeah, well, it's 12 cases because it's you get such different information.
Yeah, right.
So I mean, this is just the start. When we started to look into this, there was a lot of things there.
Yeah, I was just maybe I was thinking wrong, but couldn't you basically try to just down the probability between 21 and so couldn't you make like probability distribution so over this period, so you assume that it's equally probability, it's uniform. So that in that case, so if you're 27, I mean it will be a high speed shutdown, right? But if you are 21, it's only 6. And then you take that probability distribution you get from it.
Now we have this complication level, and this is the other complication where it was very clear over 25, but it wasn't high speed shutdown, where the turbine couldn't shut down.
Yeah, but also over 27.
Not as well, it was on the 27, 20, in that range, but it was in that range of maybe then 7 to 30 or so.
Yeah, because here at 28, 25, you would only do, I mean,
and then you see we have a median speed. That's mean that one of the 75 numbers has been fired, and you saw this in 1 or 2 cases.
What was the question? Is this
that's wrong. Yeah, it's the second one should be the probabilistic.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes.
With probabilistic?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're on the same page.
Okay. I have to see.
can we leave stuff in this room or should we maybe bring?
I guess so. I don't know how we can, but I will be here for a while, and I'll ask you.
Statistically, they'll only steal some of the laptops if they get stolen. So
statistically,
they'll only steal like a few. So we
Yeah, so for those that are not done yet, I just want to tell you that the question that you were asked, there is a mistake. It's once questioning whether you felt more confident with the deterministic or the probabilistic. So I guess
we made a mistake in answer the same.
Yeah, so
What's 19.5 and 20 glass?
Hi, Pina.
Hi,
Here.
good to see you.
Hi, you too.
How are you?
I'm good. Good. How did the game go?
Yeah, we
Missed
will
it.
see. I have to now look at the. I am in contact with Nadine in Berlin, so she's making the
Crunching
evaluation
the
now.
numbers?
Once everybody's done, I can sit down and put it into the presentation.
I'm looking forward to hearing about it.
Yeah, but I think it's
missed it.
more for the fun, also to show kind of.
Yeah.
Because there is lots of questions suddenly coming up when you see some different forecasts, and
Yeah.
this, you know, with the deterministic, you have to guess more than with the other one,
Yeah.
I think, and that's kind of. So we'll see what people say after
Good.
the game.
We're guessing one.
You are still in Airwood, right?
Sorry?
You are still in Airwood. Or are you?
No, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm Jethro's
yes,
PhD student.
that's
so.
correct. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I have got 3 or 4 months left in my PhD.
Okay.
So.
So you're almost done at the end. Have you started writing up?
No.
No.
But it's it should be alright. I think I've got like a 3 months chunk to write up, which isn't a lot, but I've got a lot of things written up.
Yeah.
Not thesis, but other things. So.
And you have to condense it anyway.
Written off, yeah.
When I wrote mine, I said I do not want to have 100 pages. It has to be below. And that's a challenge.
Yeah.
But it's still, if it's more than that, nobody's going to read
Read it, I know.
And I at least see, because I made my PhD in UCC in Cork in Ireland, and they have at the library statistics. So I get every month, I get statistics, how many times it has been downloaded, how many times it has been looked at. And it's actually quite nice
Still
to
going?
see that it's still going.
People reading it? Wow,
It's
that's
still
amazing.
every month there are some people that download it.
That's amazing.
And it's from 2004, so
Yeah.
I mean,
I can only hope
that's
for
almost a success.
I don't know if Strathclyde have easily. We've got a good thing for like if you publish papers and journals, but like the pure repository. But
Yeah,
I don't know if we've got anything for thesis.
I had kind of decided or wanted to, make it into a book or something.
Yeah.
But then they digitalized everything there on in UCC, and then I said, well, in a way that's much better because today people want to have this electronically anyway and don't really want to print it out.
Yeah.
They can print it out. It's 80 pages. It's 40 pages if you have
Double.
Double-sided, and so I'm actually quite happy because in that way it's public. And
that's
it should
what
be
this.
public.
Yeah, I know.
I mean that's the idea of it.
It's quite hard to find theses, I think. But yeah, I'm going to hopefully put mine on my website somewhere. Maybe Jethro's or something. I don't know. Okay, well, we'll go get lunch.
Good. machst jetzt die Auswertung.
Ach so.
Ich muss
Ja, dann
mir
mach
jetzt auch
Pause,
noch-
du wartest aus.
Wenn ihr nachher diskutiert, mache ich den Rest. Okay. fine.
So I do want to.
So, no, that's fine. I'm just in communication with my analyst.
I'm going to have to write an email then.
No, that's fine. But are you here from the university or
Met
where?
Office.
You're from the Met Office.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we met before. I came to Vienna with Joanna.
Oh, that's
Yes,
right.
yes.
What's your name again?
Laura now. It was Leo at the time.
Oh, that's why. So Leo, yes,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Right, so
Yeah, so
What
that's yeah, that's quite a change.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it's going okay. Right, so.
So that's good. But say hi to Joanna.
Yes, well, yeah, she has been off. Actually, I suppose it's a good time to talk about it. It's I don't know if you know, but she's going to be on maternity leave from April or so.
Okay.
So the tasks that Met Office has committed to are going to be in my inbox.
Okay.
So I might need a refresher about what is actually needed.
But how long will she be on maternity leave?
For a year.
Okay.
So she was saying that there's going to be.
We're gonna miss her. So you will be spent by me. It will be me. Yeah, because and we're gonna discuss this later on. Are you also gonna be here for tomorrow? Okay, that's good. Because I really need some people to help on various tasks, and I really want to have you guys involved, so we have a broad range of experts from different, especially for all the meteorological stuff. We want to have people that we don't get any bias. It has to be objective, because otherwise it doesn't mean there is enough promotion out there in the world that people get confused upon. And I mean, I myself, because we are a forecast provider, I know that this is always a difficulty, but that's why it's extremely important that we have a range of people where we can also trust that what we do is really objective and not promoting our own companies when we make such documentation. So that's
all right. So yeah.
But everybody should have a word in, so that's why I like to have you guys involved.
No, it's yeah. So she's told me a bit about what we have, what is in our inbox to do. So I don't see myself. I'm not Joanna, so I don't have her expertise in some areas. So we do what we can. Yeah, it's.
But what's your background?
I was in Ecotricity, the WindPoint developer, but in the pre-consent resource assessment side of things.
Okay.
So in forecasting for the past few years only. So I've been with the Met Office for about 10 years now, or seven or 8 years.
Okay.
So I'm a relative newcomer compared to many there.
Yeah, okay, but still, I mean, you do have some background. You're not a newbie. So that's great. And you have both perspectives.
Yeah.
That's great. So, because that's usually not the case.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good.
You also know the other side on the, well, I mean, resource assessment, still you get to know all the difficulties that are involved in with the turbines and the setup. And
every so often we get to play with some scatter data, so we will never get all of the fields, but it's one of the things which at the Met Office we only go to the forecasting of the weather. As there is a policy decision not to take the step into the weather to energy conversion. So it's not often that we actually get the turbine data, but when we do, they go all over it if I can.
But it still, I mean, it still gives some information about also looking on the correlation with the wind, and it's this cutoff stuff where the wind is extremely important, and studying this is quite complicated.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's very full on. It's very interesting that. And I was just saying outside just now that one of the routes that we really want, well, I would really like us to go down is the provision of individual ensemble members. That does seem to be the way to go.
I think so too. That's going to be the future.
Right, so I'll leave it to you, Mark, and
Thanks.
I'll get to right line. Cheers. I'll see you tomorrow as well.
If you are in the room, I would just get out
No problem.
It's just that somebody should
Yeah,
be here, so there is nobody coming in and taking a laptop and going.
Sure. Okay.
Wait. Thanks.
Walking past and like made eye contact with someone, did a double take with someone that was sort of in my cohort of
Okay.
He's not in there anymore, so
Oh, I didn't catch your name.
Rosemary.
Daniel,
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
I think I'm also like a year and a little bit into my PhD
Right.
as well, so
Okay.
interesting.
Is it going? Do you want me to go?
You're welcome to. I'm trying to change my password, and it's changed everywhere apart from this computer. So if it locks, we'll just have to let me know. It looks like it's saying next to this
Right, okay.
So I guess we just need to.
Okay.
And then the power can just go on the webcam. I guess.
Yeah.
So should we say something? It's just.
So is it live stream at the moment?
Yeah. But just this screen.
No audio or anything?
There will be from the webcam.
Mm.
So this is a scene two. You just have to go on the screen.
Wenn ich jetzt hier 5 vorher fand ich es jetzt nicht so spannend.
And then you add the PowerPoint.
That is the PowerPoint.
Right. And then for the next presentation, you just.
So we don't have any more. It doesn't look like it's just.
Oh, there's not any more.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I.
Just leave it on this. Just leave it on this for this discussion.
Uh-huh.
And then put it on the full webcam. Separately. Do that, yeah. Make it nice and warm laptop as well. Camera's going like crazy now. Indian down tonight then. You alright? Can.
And here, just to keep an eye on the phone.
Before we start again, the first thing I'd like to do is take a picture. So where if everyone is looking their best, that would be perfect. 1, 2, 14, 17. Great. With that, we go over to the next part of the program.
Sure. Which I think, Karina, you're going to read?
So now that we have got played the game and we have got something to eat, it's time to do some work. Otherwise we couldn't call this a workshop. So what we want to do now is to make another kind of open space discussion, and I'll explain you what this means. Those that don't know the open space concept is that you discuss in a way that whatever happens, whoever comes is the right person, and whenever it starts is the right time, and it's going to stop at a certain point, and then we close the discussions. So we have 3 topics. And I'll just give a short introduction, and then we have about 40 minutes, 45 minutes, where we discuss in 3 groups. And what I want you to do is move from one group to the other. So if you feel the discussion that is going on in the group isn't really what you are interested in, move to the next group. So it's really the dynamics, and the interesting thing in the discussions is that if we move around and if new people come with new ideas that haven't been hearing the discussion before but just jump in and have some other idea. And we will then just make a short summary of the 3 topics of those that will be moderating. So it's again, it's whoever comes is the right people, law of 2 feet, so move around. When it's over, so we stop. We're not saying, oh, we just wanted to, and then whenever it starts, or whatever happens is the only thing that could have happened. So don't be bothered about a discussion. Also, the moderators will maybe move a little bit around to keep the topic in that area of topic, but let your ideas, your questions, whatever that happens to come into your mind, steer the discussions. So the 3 topics that we have selected is the first is metrological measurements and instrumentation, and we want to develop recommended practices because in the energy industry, and especially in wind energy, there are a lot of jurisdictions and system operators that today want to have metrological measurements, and it's quite difficult for them to decide what actually do we need for the forecast, what is appropriate, what can we ask from the wind farms, what can they deliver, and what really do we want to have, and how should it develop over time. So we have had two workshops where we have been collecting some ideas, and when we went through the topics, we said one of the things that come up every so often is why not building networks? And usually the system operators would say, yeah, but meteorological measurement networks, this is the task of the Met Office or the national Met offices. But then we have areas where the control areas of the system operator do not match the Met Office's areas. And so it's kind of a bit more complicated to just move this around, and then but in any case there is some kind of standard that needs to be developed, so it's easier for system operators to say, okay, this is what we need, so whoever is going to do this needs to make sure that this is the kind of standard we get back into our system. And then, so it's the standardization, what we can get into the grid codes, and then how can we solve this problem that there are different responsibilities. The system operators want to have a certain amount of data that then also could be used in the numerical weather predictions, and how can we solve this problem? Should we look into what the WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, is doing? Should there be something different? Whatever comes to your mind is kind of what we like to have the discussion a little bit around. The second topic is the recommended practices. So John has been giving the kind of an introduction. I hope a lot of you have by now read parts of it, or the summary, or even the whole documents, and you have some comments, ideas, questions, some first experience maybe also, that you want to share with us. And then the third topic is the application of probabilistic forecast in the power industry. And here we really want to get your experience. What kind of applications, where do you want to, or which applications you want to have probabilistic forecast to, or where do you have them, and what are the pitfalls, what are the barriers, what are the problems that you experience with it, to which other applications can renewable forecasting, or then renewable forecasting should the underlying probabilistic meteorological forecast be applicable. This is what we heard from David this morning, bringing also the demand and other parts of the energy system, management system, using the same kind of input data. Is this something that is discussed? Is this something that you're aware of? Is this something that you have never been thinking about? Let's just discuss about how important is it to have consistent weather data, whether this is then probabilistic or deterministic, but mostly on the probabilistic side, we can no longer add up things in the same way as we could with, or as we can with deterministic. So having consistent weather data is one thing, but then also how do we deal with that in the probabilistic space? Okay, so what I suggest is that we have one group around here, and we put, I'll put such a flip chart paper on, and the moderator, which is Will get some notes, and we have a lot of pens, and I'll ask you to, when there is a topic discussed, that you just take a quick note and write it down. So there will be a lot of pens here, and then when we are done, we put this on, and we make a kind of a summary for the entire group, so we get an idea of what has been discussed in this time. So if you, I don't know, can we move, since all the chairs are easily movable, we can maybe move one group a little bit to the front here, and then have one group over there and one group there. So the meteorological measurement, I will take over here. And then the recommended practices will go to the back. You'll get some CPs.
I think it's just mute. You can just mute it. Why not mute it? Because
we have to put it on
turn the
the
volume.
For those of you who may not know me, I'm Will Shaw from Pacific Northwest National Lab in the US, and I, along with Helmut Frank, led the discussion on the meteorological observations, measurements, and instrumentation. This was I think, an interesting discussion. You know, we've done this a couple of times before, and we got rather a unique perspective from this group, which I think was helpful and really expands what we're thinking about in this area. So we have been, you know, looking at this as a way of providing ideas, potential support for a recommended practices for providing observations for grid codes. And so there were a number of things that came up initially in the discussion. Lack of data quality is something that could certainly be addressed. There is currently, certainly in the UK, and I think perhaps in other areas, there's nothing that actually requires operators to provide good quality data from well-maintained instruments, or even a particular suite of data. And so that's an issue that needs to be addressed. And so there was a sense of needing not just recommended practices, but also recommendations to enforcement or uniform provision of instruments, of observations. But one of and this was the unique topic, I thought, in this discussion, was the idea of incentives, because it was pointed out that there's a lot of incentive to make good atmospheric measurements to support the construction, the development and construction of a wind plant. But once the plant is built, the incentive to keep making really excellent observations kind of goes away in a lot of cases. And without that incentive, the likelihood of getting cooperation for high quality measurements is fairly low. And so we spent a lot of time talking about how that might be incentivized, how operators might be persuaded to be willing participants in the collection of good data to satisfy the grid codes. And so we had several ideas about that. And then there was some discussion toward the end that went a bit beyond the kind of conventional atmospheric measurements toward measurements that would reveal the health of the turbine. The idea that grid operators would like to know if there's an impending significant failure at a wind plant if the operator hasn't actually decided to notify anybody, or maybe hasn't even been paying attention. And so things like gearbox temperatures were an example of things that perhaps should be routinely reported as part of the data set coming from a wind plant. So that is kind of a quick tour through that discussion group. And I think, you know, if I were to say there was a theme, it was about incentives to get wind plant operators to provide good quality data, and how we actually do that, in addition to stating what best practices for doing it would be.
So the second discussion group was on the recommended practice guidelines, and as Will mentioned, we had also done this previously at some other venues and had open space discussion. And this particular discussion had more feedback from people who actually had read the documents and had some thoughts as opposed to things they'd like to see. Previously we got a lot of opinions about, oh, in that type of document I'd like to see this, I'd like to see that. But we actually got some very specific comments from people who had read or used the documents. So there were a few themes that came out of that. You know, one was more practical examples. For example, one thing that was pointed out was evaluation using a probability density curve. How do you evaluate forecasts that are provided in that format? And there's no example. So there are a number of things in that section on evaluation where we mention in metrics or concepts but don't provide an example. And that was pointed out would be really helpful to have more examples and more practical cases. So another thing that was pointed out is that the decision support flowchart was very useful, and it was thought that it could be valuable for a broader range of application beyond forecast solution selection. If any of other types of information providers, other than just weather information or wind power, solar power, that it's kind of a general layout and how you go about selecting a provider of information. So that was an interesting perspective. And then another set of comments was related to the format. I mean, there were comments about the document being too long, which we have recognized. We're always in the middle between being too long and not having enough specific information. That's always the battle that you fight. And I sense from the comments that we need a two-tier type system, that having all the information in a longer document is okay, but you have to have another tier that people can access more easily. So it was suggested that it would be good to have an audiobook. We actually pointed out that one person converted it using some software from the text copy into an audio version of it so they could listen to it. And it was suggested that that might be a nice thing that you could have available, such as a podcast. And the suggestion went even further, that it might be good to have a video, right, where you kind of walk through the highlights in a 5-minute type video. And then another version of that was to have handouts that summarize points in certain areas. So you may have 3 or 4 handouts, and one on the decision support tool, one on evaluation, and we do have a handout that summarizes the whole set of documents, but it was...
We do have some handouts.
We have one general handout that describes all 3 parts.
All 3 parts.
And
Okay,
it could,
so
you could have one for each that actually is sort of an executive summary more.
And it was pointed out that that one that we have now tends to tell you what's in the documents, not the points that are made. So it basically says, go read this. When I think people were looking for, what are the key points that I should walk away, and then I'll decide whether I should go read it. So I think that was the differentiation that was made, that there needs something that, as a high-level summary, you should know this. And you want to know more, okay, the documents are there. Okay. And it was one opinion that came back from a person that was not a new forecast user, but thought that it was very well structured for a new user. So I don't think we have gotten that type of feedback before. They felt, so I mean, it's not quite the same as getting the opinion of a new user, but it was a good data point that someone reading it from external to the group that wrote it, felt that it was at an appropriate level of presenting information in a way that would be useful. And another suggestion was made that we use, there was a platform called Achilles, which is a IT platform used for acquisition of vendors or different types of solutions. And it would be useful if it was somehow linked to that process. So people that were looking for opportunities for their services, forecast services, would be aware of this document, and they could use it and maybe distribute it to their customers and so forth. So it might reach users that we are not reaching now, through a platform like that. And another suggestion that was made were, the more examples, were the cost functions. There was a lot of interest in cost functions, how you relate performance in the forecast to the impact on the application. And while we've emphasized that's very important in the evaluation process, there aren't too many examples, and it was suggested that it might be useful to have examples for different types of users. This type of user would use this type of cost function perhaps, and a different type of user, a different type of cost function. So I think people have this vague concept of what these cost functions are, and some specific examples would be valuable. So I think that summarizes most of it.
Good, thanks.
Great. So thanks everyone who came and input to the third collection of ideas here on applications of probabilistic forecasts. So our first task was to simply list applications. So I won't go through all of them. So obviously we talked about trading, power system operation. But I think I'll highlight some that weren't covered in this morning's presentations that were really interesting. So the first quite large area being asset management, so planning maintenance, especially offshore where safety is critical, if you're using small vessels to transfer personnel. We also talked about how the presentation of uncertainty is really important when safety or particularly regulatory requirements are a factor rather than just losing or making money for yourself. In trading, something that came up with a potential application being risk measures to be used internally, so some kind of standardized measures to understand what an organization's exposure was to risk based on a probabilistic forecast, rather than simply leaving it up to traders to make decisions based on the forecast. We also identified this kind of small area of longer range forecasting. So David already mentioned transmission outage planning this morning, but also mentioned that control engineers like to take holidays when it looks like it might be a tricky day. At the same time where control room managers want to bring in extra staff to help manage the workload, so as a new one on me. And then also generator testing and compliance. So if you're running spot checks on whether a generator is compliant with grid code or some other regulation, you need to do that on a windy day if you're testing a wind farm. So that was another one that was new for me. And then also in the long range and related to asset management was construction. So if you're contracting very large vessels weeks in advance, it can be very expensive to have it sat in the dock not doing anything. Other applications were black start. So if your asset is being used to potentially restart the power system in a very obviously critical situation, can wind and variable resources have a role in that? And if so, how would that be contracted? How would it be used operationally? I think really interesting. And then talk about interdependency with other renewables, with prices and so on, being a very important kind of extension, if you like, of probabilistic wind power forecasting. And then it was suggested that actually for many of these problems, if they're not business as usual, there's probably a solution out there already in an academic paper or in another domain. So we thought about and discussed some reasons why some of these problems haven't been solved as business as usual. So we identified maybe challenges of implementation, so taking something from a theoretical idea that's been proved in a desk-based study to operation being actually quite a large barrier, maybe specialist knowledge or training being required that some organizations didn't have. And then also there are challenges constructing a business case. So if you're requiring a large investment maybe in IT or in third-party support to give you a new capability, building that business case itself can be quite difficult, especially taking ideas of probability to senior management in particular was flagged. So there are many more bullet points on there. I thought it was a really interesting session, so thanks to everyone who came and suggested use cases. And if you have other ideas, then stick them on in the course of the day, and Karina's going to take a photo of all of these and disseminate them.
And we'll write it down, and when we keep some photos of that in a presentation.
Yeah. So that will be disseminated.
Yeah.
But no, thanks.
Okay.
Anyone lost the notebook?
No, I just need help again how to change. To this one. This one? No.
Good prize.
Okay, so now we come to the forecasting game analysis, and it is of course a little bit ad hoc, and I have tried to do my best to bring this in. And first of all, I also want to say thank you from here to Nadine Fleischhut in Berlin, who has been there in Berlin providing the information to me, and we have just had a quick call. So while we had lunch, she was doing she was running the software over the data, so we could get the results here directly sent. So that was a great collaboration that actually started in November at the IFP meeting in Kassel, where she was presenting a similar game that was forecasting for storm events. And I was getting so excited that I said, Nadine, we have to do something for the IEA workshop. And considering the time that we had only from mid-November until today, I think it has worked out quite well with the Christmas break and so on. It's of course not perfect, and we had many more things that we would have liked to do, but we'll take it as a start, and I think maybe some of you can give some feedback at the end whether you find it useful. But I think it's a very nice way to get a bit more engaged and work with some of the cases or some of the stuff that we are talking about. And the background of the game was really that I said, I have so often heard that operators lose trust and stop acting when using deterministic information, and the deterministic forecast is wrong. The next day could be perfect, as we have heard this morning, but you don't trust in the forecast. I have seen in many other studies that was also done by Nadine and Susan Joslin from University of Washington on weather data, that keeping focus and confidence is usually there when using probabilistic forecast. So we wanted to make something quick and dirty, as we say, to get going, and that's the first version. So what we also wanted to show here in a bit is that deterministic forecasts really hide the uncertainty of a forecast. It's still there, but it's hidden, and the decision or the uncertainty or the decision on which forecast is the right one is given over to somebody that has a very different, the Metzer Center, that have a very different broad range that they should look at when they optimize their forecast. And so we also wanted to have this, what type of uncertainty forecast, but we have to start somewhere. So it's again this typical situation. You have this one line, and this is what happens along the day, and the trader or operator is sitting there and saying, what should I do? And sometimes it's just wait until my shift is over. But if you get some useful information, then the forecast may not be much better. But you know where you're kind of heading towards, or where the upper bands where the forecast can reach into. it's the situational awareness that is really what makes the difference. And then it's about empowering the operators and traders. That's what we really want, and it should not be seen as a complication. And that's of course where we have to work on how to present these kind of information. How is the best way of providing the information so it's not overwhelming, but perceived as real help. So I think that's oops, there is something that has gone wrong. But one of the things that we were also looking into was how to change trading practices, and I call it strategic daily spot market bidding, and this was the background idea of the game, because we see this, and we were talking about this morning, that why are so many doing the same thing? And of course it can be that it's easier to do what everybody else is doing, because then if the forecast is wrong, then this is not my fault. But when we increase the levels of renewable energy, we can see, and we see this every so often, that this can have really negative consequences in our entire system, and can eventually also lead to blackouts. So a kind of strategic daily spot market bidding would be something where you take decisions on the basis of more profound information and taking uncertainties into consideration. And then why is this important? It reduces, and what should be here is that I sometimes maybe not trade everything that the forecast says could be traded, and a few of the examples that you have been going through today have shown this, that you may not gain anything, but you also don't lose. And as we move into high penetration times, what happens is that wind also has to become a source of balancing. So we have to curtail also from an economic perspective at some stage. So this is reducing schedules, and it also reduces the need of the peak reserve. That's what we have heard from David this morning also. This is really what we want. And by trading intelligently with the correct information, we can actually reach this much easier than otherwise. And then it also, of course, looking into the volatility of the balancing costs, and that generates more volume. We see this happening, and small pools may not need, but that's a different story. So I had once made a kind of a recipe, but I won't go into this. You can read this when we put this on the webpage. It's kind of telling about how we can trade the safe parts, the parts that are that have changed in the day-ahead market, or that where we see they are inside an uncertainty band, and if our day-ahead is outside of that, then we know that this is where we can trade in the intraday market. Whereas inside the uncertainty of our newer forecast, we should not trade. And so then let's have a look in the game. And I want to really point out here this is really only a game, and it's absolutely not representative, because we are not representative here. I have just taken a few things out that I found interesting when just browsing over the results, and we are certainly working with the results, and if you have any ideas, just send them to me for the next version of a new game, to improve this and to find different or other cases. But you can see that it takes some time to play. Now, when you want to have certain cases and you want to answer a certain question, you have to have a number of cases to see whether people react in the same way every time that case appears. But then we suddenly are I have been going through 3 years of data because it's a wind farm in the North Sea and it's real data, it's not made up. And I have found so many cases, but when we were at 16 and 18 cases, we said it's just gonna take too long. People will not have that patience. But we are thinking about making more test cases where we then ask for volunteers within the next half year or year. So let's say one of the points that I want to point out is that for the game and this group of people that have been analyzed, it was I think 53 plays that we analyzed. We see more correct decisions with probabilistic forecasts, so that's great. I'm delighted. We see also less risky decisions, and that's also great to see because it really means that you take responsibility and say, okay, this is maybe too risky, so I don't want to take that risk. Whereas if you should believe or not believe that a forecast is good or bad in a deterministic, this can cause frustrations and untrust and so on. That one I think has been from the first. We have to. I think there was in the first 20 cases that we had overnight. There was something like 75% changed their mind once only, and 12 more than half of the time. But those numbers are no longer correct, so I have to remove them. Income is higher, and there is less spread among the participants. That was also from yesterday. There we had in the first group of people that were playing, we had actually none that that had more income in the deterministic than the probabilistic at the end of the play, and that has changed, of course. Now we have more of them, and so that's also no longer correct. So let's have a look. We can see that the difference is not too high. So that's the proportion of the correct decisions based on the deterministic and the probabilistic. So it's not very many that have a correct, more correct in the probabilistic, but still there are some. And then when we look on the different cases, we see one significant, a few where we have a little bit higher, then we have also the opposite. Here is one that is relatively the case 4. I'll come to that later again. But then we have one significant case on the case 1, and so those two we look into in a while, one more time. Then we have here the kind of the proportion of changed decisions. So we can see in case 1 and case 4 where we have the opposite of they are the most changed decisions. So that's quite interesting. And then this one is the histogram of participants' preferred information. There is a clear cut on that. Most people want to have probabilistic power and wind forecast, and then there are also quite a lot of people that would like to have the deterministic forecast inside the probabilistic bands. And then this is the final balance. And so what we can see and what I find a little bit interesting is that the spread is higher here in the deterministic. We can see here that the income is higher here, but here in the middle it's kind of with the 15,000 there is quite a short or a small difference between where it changes from the probabilistic and the deterministic forecast, where more participants had the one or the other. All the results will of course be on the website, and I will analyze this in a bit more detail when I have a bit more time. So, but we can say the winner, and the winner is, I don't know if the person wants to reveal himself or herself, forecast X130. And that one generated 27,500, let's call it pounds, since we are here in Glasgow, and with the probabilistic and with the deterministic 17,500. So what we see is this is the first 25, and this is actually the almost a clear cut here, because the S-Stevens 43 has in both, so up to there we have more income in the probabilistic than in the deterministic, and then it here are still some, and then it kind of changes in the, I don't know, that one is one that maybe has been that's from, I remember that name from yesterday, at least. Also that was maybe somebody that was just clicking through, so I wouldn't take this, but maybe some of those down here, they have questions. Those that didn't, I have here one that is Windy 133, or Magician, that is one that may want to learn a little bit about probabilistic forecast instead of looking into the glass bowl. What I want to say is really, this is a game, and but if those that have those lower scores have any questions, or they don't have to reveal themselves now, but if there are questions that are really that have come up in the play, and please send them to me. I'm happily helping or explaining or discussing with everybody that that has thoughts about why was it that way, and how can I see this in the forecast, or why would I decide like that? So please use this to get back to me or any of the group here with questions. Yes?
Do you have a histogram of the difference in income between deterministic and probabilistic?
No, we have only that one. That's the final balance. So well, that is one, you could say. The blue one is the probabilistic, and the gray one.
Yeah, but that's not for individual users.
No, that's correct.
Number of individuals who have gotten 5,000 plus or 5,000 minus.
No, but I could do that. Yeah, that would maybe be interesting. So I'll have a look whether I can manage this for tomorrow. So I'll hopefully see many of you tomorrow. Also, even there have not been registered too many yet, I think. What I want to quickly, I don't know, do we have? Can we take 5 minutes?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. What I want to look at, there was kind of case one I have taken out here, and I was a good predictor because I had taken that out before the game, because I thought this will probably one that needs discussion. And what is interesting about it is that, you know, you all saw this one first, and this was the case where most of you have actually changed their decision when they saw the probabilistic forecast. And it's kind of interesting because here, of course, we have an indication from one of the deterministic forecasts that there could be something, but the wind speed doesn't really indicate anything. It's flat, although we know this is a mean, so the mean has also a min and a max and so on. And that's exactly what we see here. So the white line that you see here is kind of what you see in green here. And it's exactly this, that we have outliers, and the probability is not very high, but it has been there. So what I wanted to do is then say, could it be that it's in cases where maybe somebody would say, well, this is a clear case. In that case, I know that this is going to happen. But we have still only 10% of the forecasts that have actually given a high-speed shutdown. And that's the same, only 10% of the forecasts have actually been over the 25 meter per second. So should we be conservative or should we not? So that question still comes up when you have the probabilistic forecast. And then we were kind of discussing about, would it be helpful and how helpful is it to have then the larger weather map of knowing what is actually happening on a larger scale, and how likely is it? So this is the 100 meter wind speed over, you see here the UK, and the wind farm is somewhere here in the North Sea. And what I found interesting is that here and that, this is where at that time, when we see the white areas, this is where we get out of the color scale. And that means this is where we come into the range of the high-speed shutdown. And what we often look at as meteorologists or those that generate those forecasts is that in such a case, if the minimum also has kind of a high-speed shutdown, then it's still only 10%. But if the minimum and the maximum have it, then we can almost be sure that there is at least a high risk of that there is something happening. And so this is just to give an inspiration and tell you that there are different ways of showing probabilistic or uncertainty in forecasts, and that is also a way of dealing with it on a color map, where you have a min and a max and a mean that shows you some kind of on a larger scale. That one I have to jump over because that has been taken out. The case 4 was the other one, and that one is a funny one because the high-speed shutdown, that was to confuse you all. The high-speed shutdown doesn't happen here. The high-speed shutdown happens here. And we have again that situation that it doesn't look like we come close, but we are not there. And here it looks clearly that also in the probabilistic that this is not a high-speed shutdown. This is the wind is reducing. But here, this is where probably very few have noticed that here is actually kind of a chance of a high-speed shutdown, and we also reach here the 25 meter per second with the maximum. And it had been a case, and again we can see here we don't see it in the minimum, but here we can see that one of the problems that we sometimes see also when we make probabilistic forecasts that are physically based and not statistically, that we still make mistakes also. And even though you may calibrate, when you make the physical ensembles, the calibration is in the selection of the ensemble members. And then we can train them. But it's sometimes we just have a slightly wrong structure of the weather situation. And that is, in the meteorological perspective, 50 kilometers or 100 kilometers change in the center of the low pressure, and then or the way the front moves is not a big issue. But in wind power, it means everything in certain situations. So that's just also to give some inspiration of, is this useful? Would this be useful to have besides in decision processes? Yeah, that's kind of also the one where everybody was case 5 doing the right thing. That was kind of almost too easy also in those. I would have liked, but we took random three forecasts out of the 75, and I should have maybe taken a real deterministic forecast, but you can see we also have this dive here, and that's what I would have liked, one that goes straight. Then it would have been more confusing, but otherwise it's again such a case where this seems to be very clear. But are we really sure when we see this, or are we more secure that what is going to happen when we have this kind of information? That's what I want you to take home. So to summarize very quickly, I think education is needed, and not only for the users but also for those that provide the information. We need to understand and get experience in how to communicate the information. Then the potential impact is not a statistical value that can easily be computed, and it's the return of investment of certain information is I'll call it difficult when we have a holistic application where we don't have a very clear cut. If this happens, then this is going to this has a very clear correlation. When we trade or do system operation, it's more complicated. So we have to look on a more holistic applications, and then the return of investment of certain tools is not that clear cut. Uncertainty forecasts show what is hidden in deterministic best guesses, and this is, I would say, the decision making is certainly not more easy, but it's more honest, and the person that takes the decision is doing it with more profound knowledge and background, and I think this is where we want to head to. So then also which decisions can be automated. I think some of them can be automated, those that can be categorized, but how much of that is very much dependent on how clear am I when a decision has to be taken. And that is very difficult in changing markets, in also especially in the power market, where there are other aspects than weather that play a role, and then automatic systems may not work where, as we have heard, where a computer will do the rational decision, but the market is not rational always. So the value of probabilistic forecast may, in that sense, also be a new and better understanding of the forecasts, and that the forecasts are not out of a mystery wrong or have an error. We start understanding much more why, let's say, the best guess is as it is, and why there is an error if we get more understanding of the uncertainty in the forecast. So that was it. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. So we have time for a short cup of coffee now, and then we'll come back for the final session, which will be a panel debate. So hopefully the panelists know who they are. Maybe if we come back in 15 minutes, but the panelists come back. Okay. Oh, the panel. Okay. Okay, great.
Anyways, so I really have to. Yeah, there you are. I was going to look around for you hard. So shall we go ahead and get started? All right, well, welcome back, everyone. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Will Shaw. I'm with the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory in the U.S. And I'll be moderating the panel this afternoon on bridging the gap between forecast innovation and business as usual. We have 4 panelists from various occupations to share their experience here. We have, just to my right, David Lenaghan from the National Grid, Sam Hawkins from Vattenfall, Tilman Koblitz from WindPoint, and John Zack from AWS Underwriters Laboratories. And I guess to begin, I'd like to just sort of go down the line and let you introduce yourselves. I've said your names, but if you could tell us just a little bit about the nature of your work, the role that you have, and so that people know how you fit in.
Okay. I'm David Lenaghan. I work for National Grid, and I've worked for National Grid for about 20 years now. So lots of experience. Many of those years I've spent in the activity of wind power forecasting, and did a presentation earlier today about how that has been developed and some of the difficulties we've had over the years to improve that and make the best of it. My other experience is also quite relevant to today. I spent 2 years' experience in our control room, and also 3 years' experience in the world of innovation. So with all those areas of expertise, I think I can hopefully answer some questions today.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Sam Hawkins, and I work for Vattenfall. For those of you who don't know, Vattenfall is a Swedish energy company that has generation assets over Sweden, Denmark, Germany, UK, Northern Europe. And I work in the research and development department on forecasting. So my aim is to try and look at how we do forecasting and try and look at developments in forecasting and try and get them applied within the company. So it's quite an interesting role because it's a little bit of a bridge between academic world and industry. So often from inside the company I'm seen as like the academic, and from outside the company I'm seen as the industry. So it's quite an interesting position to be in. I've worked mainly with wind power forecasting, but also with solar power forecasting, and increasingly with load forecasting. And it's mainly a work at short time scale. So anything up to about a day ahead. Anything longer than that is not really my area of expertise. And increasingly using machine learning tools, so taking the outputs from weather models and using various machine learning algorithms to try and change them into power predictions a bit better.
Thanks, Sam. Tilman.
My name is Tilman Koblitz. I set up WindPoint energy trading last summer, and well, it's a trading company focusing on intraday trading, currently in the Netherlands. And although I have to say, I consider it more of a weather analytics and a forecasting company than a trading company. It's just the execution on the market is the trading part, but the focus really on data and weather data analysis. And I have a technical background, engineering background, studied at DTU where I did a PhD, and then I spent 5 years in energy trading in various companies. And yeah, now I set up for myself.
John?
John Zack, and my background is in meteorology. I have a PhD in meteorology. Actually did quite a bit of work in numerical weather prediction before getting involved in the renewable energy applications. I was one of the founding partners of AWS Truepower, and I was the head of the forecasting services division from the time we started it in 1998 until we sold AWS to Underwriters Laboratory, UL, and that was in 2016. And since then, I've been a consultant doing all types of miscellaneous things, including some work with AWS UL.
Great, thank you. So we have a variety of experiences and backgrounds represented here. And I think with that context in mind, I'd like to start off maybe just going down the line and having each of you share what the largest challenges are that you deal with in your daily work with respect to forecasting. So, David, you want to start us off?
It's quite a big question. The
largest challenge.
The largest challenge, right. I suppose, at the risk of sounding slightly flippant, is the largest challenge is getting the right answer. That's the goal of forecasting, of course. But stepping beyond that, the issue for me is if faith is lost in the quality of the forecast. As I said earlier today, even if the forecasting system produces a terrible forecast, and occasionally it does, the control engineers, my colleagues, lose faith in it. And rebuilding that faith can take some time. And that's really the human element of what happens to the forecast after it's been produced is very important. So even a perfect forecast handed to a control engineer colleague might be just disregarded if the previous forecast was not of good standard. So the challenge can be summed up in forecast quality and forecast believability by the person using it, by the user.
Okay, good. Sam?
Yeah, the biggest challenges I see are, one is data quality, not necessarily wind power data, because I think that's, the wind power data we work with is relatively good, but there's a number of sort of growing demands for forecast in terms of, as the energy system becomes more distributed and electric vehicles are coming in and battery systems in domestic and industrial situations are coming in, there's a demand for forecasting for all of those scales, forecasting like residential load at a very small level and state of charge of batteries, and the data quality can be a big issue there. Either you don't have enough training data, or you just have poor data quality, or you haven't collected the data yet. That's a big issue. The second one is unrealistic expectations as well, because you can improve the forecast, but there's always a level of uncertainty in forecast, and it's enabling people to understand that there's some fairly fundamental reasons why that uncertainty is always going to be there. And okay, you can use the latest, greatest machine learning algorithm, but the forecast is always going to be wrong sometimes. And especially, like I was saying, when you have multiple forecasts all feeding into a single, a lot of the time now we're trying to optimize systems, and if you're running an optimization on top of lots of forecasts, there's going to be times where the forecasts are wrong, and you produce an optimized result, but actually then reality comes and diverges, and it's trying to get people to understand that there is no, we can improve the forecast, but there's no silver bullet. You're always going to be wrong sometimes.
So that really relates to what David was saying about regaining confidence when that happens. Becomes perhaps an issue as well.
Or it's maybe not so much regaining confidence, but educating people to know that that is going to happen sometimes. So when it does happen, don't throw everything away. That's just, it's going to happen, and preparing people for that.
Tilman.
Well, I think if you would have asked me this question like a year ago, I would probably answer something in the lines of, okay, it's about complexity is the biggest, the complexity of weather risks, of weather models, how can we deal with all the data and train like the complex models that we have in the toolboxes of machine learning and so on. But now that I work with it on a daily basis, I would say the biggest challenge is really to get the models to have robust models, robust processes in place, speed, so to have them effectively set up. I mean, that's maybe specific for my use case of intraday trading, but especially when you deal with real-time data, I mean, you're missing data all the time, or things are coming in at different times, or it doesn't work as expected. And how do you set up your whole decision chain or your chain from data input until making trading decision to have it really robust and and speedy, so that you have the decision in time. So I think it's really daily operational issues that is my biggest challenge.
So maybe just to follow up a little bit with that, and how do you deal with that? You know, when you have the missing data, when you have these things that create the challenge.
I guess always a compromise between complexity and robustness and simplicity on the other hand. I mean, it's we're still working with a lot of machine learning models and these things, and we see the value in it, but on the other end, I see how powerful a really simple and robust model can be, and how scary it is sometimes, how hard it is to beat such a model. So it's this compromise, and operationally I'm trying to be more on the robust side and more on the fancy complex side of the modeling toolbox.
John, what for you are the biggest challenges in forecasting?
Well, I'll address that from a provider point of view, which is where I've spent most of my time. And I think it's aligning the content and format of the information provided to the user with the needs of the user's application. And we've talked about that this morning. And many times users don't realize the full range of options they might have in forecast information. And a lot of times what's provided is some off-the-shelf product, when in reality the user could benefit much more with some customized product that considers the needs of the application. So that's been an ongoing problem, and I think even the deterministic and probabilistic issue falls in that category to some extent, because some applications are much better served with probabilistic information, and maybe others aren't. But certainly you have to look at the user, the level of sophistication of the user, the needs of the application, and a lot of times things are not aligned very well.
Okay. So communication, it seems to be a theme running through almost all of these. I think robustness and speed is maybe one that you highlighted, Tilman. It's a little bit different from that. So how would you define probabilities not being considered? How would you define a perfect forecast? What should we aspire to? I'll start with you, Dave.
My own perfect forecast would involve 6 numbers that will be written on balls that will drop out of a machine on Saturday evening. Yes, I think others have said that the perfect forecast doesn't really exist. I can still dream and say that maybe one day we'll be able to gather enough data and do enough number crunching to draw a single line into the future that says the megawatt output of all wind farms in Great Britain will be this to the nearest megawatt, and then the reality will just follow that line directly. But that's never going to happen. Well, not tomorrow anyway.
And I could maybe make a slightly alternative phrasing of the question, which could also be, what would you consider a perfectly useful forecast? So that's maybe not exactly the same, because I think, again, with the uncertainties that we deal with, nailing a forecast to the nth degree every single time is not the way it's going to work. But what would be a perfectly useful forecast?
Well, to answer that, I turn to my control engineer colleagues, and I've had many conversations with them over the years, and along these lines. And really for them, if I could speak on their behalf, it's all about enabling them to make good decisions. So their main role within the control room is making sure that supply equals demand, and when the wind is picking up, that forms part of the supply mix. And because of the way wind is incentivised in Great Britain, it usually means that other plant has to get out of the way when the wind is picking up. So it will involve shutting down coal and gas and other fuel source, fuel power stations. And to know that they need to do that in advance is very helpful to them. That's really the gist of the bread and butter of the job that they do. So a perfectly reproducible forecast, in your words, is one that enables them to make good, clean decisions.
Okay. Fair enough. Others on the panel, how would you answer that? Either a perfect forecast or a perfectly useful forecast?
I think I would go just a little bit further from the comments there, that it would be one that maximizes the value to the user's application. So, I mean, in a decision-making scenario, you don't necessarily have to have 0 megawatt error as long as your decisions are not changed by that error, right? So again, it goes back to what metric is important to the application. So if you're always making the right decision, even though there's some errors in the system, you might call that a perfect forecast because you're always making the right decision. Even though the MAE, megawatts or meters per second, may not be 0. But now other applications may not have that, threshold where they will always benefit from a lower average error. Maybe some of the trading applications, if you can go down and have a 5% lower MAE, that might translate into more profitability. So I think the view of perfect forecast is the maximization of value. In some cases, that's kind of open-ended until you get to 0 megawatt error. In other cases, you don't need 0 megawatt error to have what you might call a perfect forecast.
Thank you. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I would echo what you said then about maximizing value, and then maybe just one step back in the chain in terms of probabilistic forecast. It has to be reliable in terms of the probabilities are well calibrated. So if you say it has a 10% chance of happening, it does actually happen 10% of the time. And also sharp, so it distinguishes between situations where what the uncertainty bands are narrow when they can afford to be narrow, and wide when they need to be wide. And as long as you've got that, then you can actually communicate to the users. When we say there's large uncertainty, there is large uncertainty, and so we expect it to be uncertain. And when we say there's low uncertainty, there is low uncertainty. And that for me is about as far as you can go in terms of a perfect forecast if you've accurately characterized the uncertainty.
Any additional thoughts, Tilman?
Yeah, I would say that for me, it's obviously very use case dependent, and if I look at my use case, even then, they are so different. So just an example, some days you can already see it in advance that, okay, tomorrow wind production in the Netherlands is going to be key in the driver on the market. On another day it would be solar production, and in Germany that you should focus on. And for each of these cases, you would need a different sort of forecasting mix, so that the optimal forecast is something else again. So the perfect forecast would be something that can dynamically sort of adjust for these changes that you're always facing, so that you can really sort of focus, you know where your uncertainties lie, you have an idea which uncertainties are important for which decision, and that you can have a forecast or forecasting system that's dynamic enough to sort of incorporate that, switch from one use case to the other and to change the optimum.
So in one way or another, I think it's about getting the distributions right. It sounds like as we've gone down the road. So I think I know the answer to whether each of you uses probabilistic forecasts, but you should confirm or deny that. Then depending on your usage of forecasts, whether deterministic or probabilistic, if you could share with the room what was the reason, or what drove you to make that choice when you either went to using probabilistic forecasts or decided not to use them. And I think on this one, John, I'll start down on your end and we can work over this.
Okay. Well, as a forecast provider, we certainly provide probabilistic forecasts. And from my experience, although it's getting a little bit better now, I would say most of our users never look at the probabilistic part of the forecast. So no matter how you present it, they find the line somewhere that then becomes their deterministic line.
right? And that's the reality of what happens. And there's all this other information there, and they mostly ignore it. Now, a few don't, and a few have found ways to incorporate it into their decision-making process. I'll give you an example. In Hawaii, for example, we have 10 percentiles we provide, from like 10% up to 90% POE in terms of solar and wind production. And what they do is when they're planning the system operations, they look at the amount of stress they anticipate on the system as a whole, and they'll go down the probability distribution, say, well, tomorrow or this afternoon looks like a high stress situation, so I need to be a little more certain what I'm going to get from wind and solar. And they go down to maybe a 10% POE or a 20% POE and say, I'm going to plan for that. And other situations where they think it's lower stress on the system, they are more aggressive and they'll start using a 50 or 60% POE. So it's kind of an innovative way of thinking about, how certain do I need to be in this environment that I anticipate for tomorrow or this afternoon, and then use the probabilities accordingly. So that's kind of a human-oriented way of looking at it. But I think we're not going to see aggressive use of it till we have better tools that interpret the probability information for the decision that has to be made, right? And there are a lot of tools being developed on stochastic system operation and other decision-making tools. And I think once that happens, the comfort level will go up. But for humans to ingest all that information, it's difficult, and I think many feel uncomfortable. And I don't know if we're going to make that transition. Maybe a new generation more comfortable with it. You go 20 years down the road, maybe. But I think machine interpretation is going to be an important part of it.
Okay. Tilman.
Well, I think one of the slides I showed earlier about the price distribution that sort of shows how you cannot use, or how you cannot get the full value with deterministic forecast. I mean, you're dealing with skewed distributions with really extreme tails. So that was for me, well, the need to use probabilistic forecasts. So just an example, I mean, we have a lot of trades that we make. I already know that, for example, I have an 80% chance of losing money on this trade, but this 20% that I'm right, you can gain so much that it's still a good decision. And these kind of decisions you can only make with probabilistic forecasts, and that's why they are key for us.
So not every decision makes money, but in the aggregate, if you've done the distributions
you look
right,
at what is your probability of earning money versus the probability of losing money compared to what's the ratio of how much you earn or lose,
right.
And well, that makes your perfect decision if you punch numbers.
So, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, there are different forecast users within Vattenfall with varying levels of comfort with probabilities. So within trading, probabilistic forecasts are used a lot, although they're used in the sense that the information is still largely interpreted by a trader in the loop. So they'll be sort of looking at the forecast and getting a feel for how uncertain it is and basing their decisions on that. We're not really using them in an automated way, like bidding on certain percentiles and things. And actually, when you have a large portfolio, you obviously have to be careful that you're not seen as gaming the system as well by deliberately bidding a certain amount to then influence the price. But probabilistic forecasts are definitely used in trading a lot, and in other parts of the business, maybe less mature, especially where there's lots of optimizations happening. So, for example, where we're seeing increasing distributed energy systems where a domestic user may have solar PV and a battery and an EV, and we're trying to optimize, okay, when do we know when to charge the battery, when do we know when to turn the heat pump on in the house? What people are demanding there is we need to optimize the system, and we don't want to do it stochastic optimization because it's too complicated. We want a deterministic number. So that's where it's a real challenge, because it's much easier to optimize based on deterministic forecasts. And that's really, I think, where we need to see a bit more progress in how do we get a handle on optimization under quite big, intense uncertainty.
So that's That's a case where you've effectively decided not to use probabilistic forecasts because of the complexity of optimization if you actually use all of that information.
Yeah, it's a case where we're probably learning to walk before we can run, even though ideally you want to do it probabilistically from the start, but it's just one of those cases where we just don't have at the moment the resources or the capability to be able to do that.
Yeah. Okay. And David?
I think I'd like to echo John's words. That certainly my experience in the control room with control engineers is that they do, when presented with a probability forecast, they do have a way of just finding the line in the middle of it and following that. And I can understand why they would do that. It's partly to simplify matters, but it's mostly because the systems that they use in the control room are a lot older than the other systems, and they were built when we didn't have the computing power that we have now. We couldn't hope to number crunch all the numbers that we would need to do to produce a probability forecast. And also on the power system, probability load flows is still an area of research that is not fully bedded down enough for control engineers and power system engineers to really make full use of. At least that's the view amongst my colleagues at this current time. That may change, and these things take a while to evolve. And if you were given a brand new car with 6 wheels tomorrow, and you wouldn't automatically assume that would be better than one with 4. There's a certain feeling of there's comfort in what control engineers know and have used for many years successfully, and it would take a lot of convincing for them to give that up and start using a brand new system in a brand new way. That's quite a lot of investment of time and effort and training and actually taking a bit of a leap of faith from what they know and what they are happy with and comfortable with and can use to get the job done to something new and different to them. So from the putting myself in the shoes of my control engineer colleagues, I can really understand why they wouldn't really grab hold of probabilistic forecasts and say, yes, that's the thing I really need, and pull it in and start using it in their processes. They will take some time and a lot of training and trial and error would occur, I think, and then we have to go on that journey with them to help them to use a new tool in a new way to get better results.
Yeah, just to follow up though, you said something interesting, if I understood it right. It sounds like something that we haven't really talked much about is the uncertainty of load forecasts as well as the generation forecasts, and I think you alluded to that.
Yes.
And so do you feel that that's a part of the forecast problem that needs to be solved in tandem with the generation forecast in order to really make it effective for control rooms?
Yes, I would agree with that, definitely. Our current processes for load forecasting are being evolved as well. The platform for energy forecasting that I mentioned in my presentation earlier is going to help us on that journey. But at the current time, our load forecast is just a single line of the Great Britain demand, half hour by half hour. And control engineers have policy to hold certain levels of reserve in case that forecast is in error. And that's the way it's always been for years and years and years. And it works. But we start to see enough to know that it's not always going to work. With the increasing amount of wind that's there, and the increasing amount that we can't measure that's part of the demand. So when the wind blows, not only does the metered wind increase, and we see that very clearly, but our demand goes down because of the embedded portion of that generation that is supply and demand directly rather than via our national grid. So that's already eroding the level of certainty that we would have in this single line forecast for the demand curve. And we're going to have no choice in 5 or 6 years to actually draw a probability range around this load curve in some way, using techniques that we have used for many years in wind power to really explain the uncertainty of the demand curve in its truest sense, so that, as I said earlier, engineers can make good decisions on what they need to do.
John, it sounded like you, or looked like you wanted to add something.
Yeah, I think it's interesting the different types of applications and how they interact with probabilistic forecasts. So probabilistic forecasts tend to provide more benefit in applications that realize cumulative benefits, like trading is more cumulative oriented. So over time, using probabilistic forecasts will almost certainly give you a benefit. Now, system operation is more event-oriented, and it's less clear that you have a probabilistic forecast, but in many cases you're evaluating it event by event. Did we handle that event properly, right? Well, probabilistic forecasts are a lot fuzzier there, right? Because they're not optimized to give you the best possible performance for one event. Their benefit is realized over a large sample. And trading is a perfect application for that. As you trade, say, every day, and if you have a systematic advantage, you'll realize that. Now, you might realize it in the economics of system operation, but operators aren't as sensitive to that. They're sensitive to the event and whether they had system stress, a power outage, or some other problem. And probabilistic forecasts don't give the benefit as directly.
I think to add to that, you're absolutely right, and I've had conversations with my control engineer colleagues about this, and one of them, I remember one day, said to me, reality isn't probabilistic, it's deterministic, and the network is deterministic. Circuit breakers are either open or they're closed. If there's a circuit breaker that's 30% open, that's a really bad situation. So that's really the mindset, and I can completely understand it's to do with the training and the way the system works and the way it's always worked so many years is looked at in a deterministic way. That's not to say that there isn't any uncertainties or anything around it. There are probabilities of possibilities that might happen, but for reasons of simplicity, for the control engineers to be able to do their job effectively, it's much more convenient to think in a deterministic way and say the decision is either yes or no. There's no 40% of it or anything like that, because that would just take me more time to decide. Is it 40% or 50% or 60%? What do I do? Sometimes you have to realise the time pressure that's on the control engineers. There's a good analogy of operating the national grid. It's very similar to driving. And if you imagine yourself going down the road, and you may do it without even thinking if there's a person on the pavement and it looks like they might walk out, and you might think in your head, if you're thinking probabilistically, there's a 30% chance they might walk out in front of you. They probably won't, but really your actions will be either they walk out in front of you and you slam on your brakes and act deterministically in that way, or you just carry on going and they stay on the pavement, and that's fine too. It's really the point I'm slowly getting to is the probability forecasts aren't useful in every application. I think we've convinced ourselves that they're useful in many applications, but at the same time, my colleagues in the control room, they've got pretty powerful arguments for saying thinking deterministically actually gets results, and it will take a long time to dissuade them otherwise.
So we'll come back to that in just a question or two, because I think there'll be an interesting follow-on to that. One question I wanted to ask is if you remembered cases, so it's a time, chance for storytelling here of times in the past where either you really wish that you had had a probabilistic forecast and it wasn't available, or for providers, you wish you had been able to provide one at the time, or the situation would have been greatly improved if you had been able to do it, but for whatever reason could not. Tilman.
Well, and one of the examples I showed in my presentation was when when somebody approaches you and said, "Hey, your forecast was wrong. How could that happen?" And then there's probabilistic forecast, gives a much better picture of what the possibilities would have been and if it's inside this range or not. And also to elaborate on that example, I realize in trading you always have this discussion afterwards. Your key indicator is how much money you earned, right? That's what trading is about in the end. And then you at the end of the week or the end of the month, you go through the numbers and you look at the different days, and then you focus on the days where you either won a lot or lost a lot. And then the discussion would always be, okay, what was the reason for it? Oh, and often it was, the renewable forecast being off, and then it was just an accepted answer. Okay, that was the forecast we got. This was reality. So yeah, forecast was off. It was accepted as an answer, and you moved on and just accepted this that this is going to happen again. And then it sort of bothered me because when you have access to probabilistic forecasts, you can really go back and see, okay, was this within the range? Was this somehow foreseeable? And if you do that task and you really look at the probabilistic forecast, in a lot of the cases you can see indications after. I mean, it's always easy afterwards, but you saw that maybe, hey, there was some asymmetry in the probabilistic forecast. So once you start doing this, you realize that many of those, and is it only 30% of these cases, could have been forecasted, or at least you should have paid more attention to some details that you could have seen by looking at probabilistic forecasts. So I think that was where I often thought, okay, probabilistic forecasts could be really useful in explaining these events in retrospect and then learn from it.
Yeah, good. Other experiences or?
Yeah, well, I've got a bit of a story to tell. Back in the early days of efforts in WindPower forecasting, there was a forecast we produced, and this is when we were in deterministic mode, and we used to just produce a line for the next 72 hours of the wind output. And there was a particular day where that line was at its maximum for a day, and then dropped down to the minimum, and then back up to the maximum. It was like a very distinct V-shaped kind of curve. I printed it out and walked into the control room and had a chat with the control engineer, and I said, look at this, look what's going to happen tomorrow. The wind is going to be at maximum, and then over 10 hours drop to nothing, almost, and then over the next 10 hours go back up to maximum again. And control engineer looked me in the eye and said, I don't believe you. And I said, well, okay, how about I talk to the weather company and get some more evidence? Control engineer seemed very happy with that, so I phoned up the weather company and asked them, how certain are you that the weather is going to follow this pattern? And the fellow at the end of the phone said, very certain. That's definitely what's going to happen tomorrow. I'm pretty certain about it. So went back to the control engineer, said, yeah, weather company says, this is what's going to happen. And the control engineer said, well, how do you know how certain you are? I said, oh, okay, right. I'll go and find out, I said. Phone back the weather company. And to give them credit, they gave me this chart for wind speeds in Glasgow. I'll never forget it. It had a nest of grey lines, and at that time I didn't know what they were, but I now know they were ensemble members, 52 of them. And these grey lines were quite well spaced, and then they all converged and all dived down and then went all back up again, and then they all spread out again. So the weather company explained to me that this was their way of determining how certain they were about the weather. And because all these lines converged and stayed together, that meant they were very certain that that weather would turn out. So I went back into the control room with this story and said, have a look at this. See, this is what the weather company showed me. And control engineer said, still don't believe you. So I said, well, we'll find out tomorrow. And thankfully, that was a case of making a very accurate forecast, because it actually was about a gigawatt at the maximum, and then went down to 100 megawatts, and then all the way back up to a gigawatt. And yeah, I think we had installed capacity of about 1,200 megawatts at that stage. I got the data out of the system, plotted it out, and unfortunately the shift had changed, so the control engineer I spoke to before wasn't there, so I couldn't say I told you so. But it was really a great case of where probability forecasting really gave us a good steer on how certain we should be. And it was a really sharp case of where the ensemble members came together and said, yeah, it's definitely going to follow this line, and it did. So really that was the case which prompted us to pursue probability forecasting. That really gave us that light bulb moment to say, no, there's something in this and it's going to be useful in the future.
So did you ever get a chance to say, I told you so? That would be too delicious.
Yeah, it was about a week later. But yes, it was a very informative event. And the reason it did exactly that and was at maximum and then minimum and then maximum again was a ridge of high pressure had passed over Great Britain at that time. And yeah, the timing was good and the accuracy was good. But it did give us quite a big forewarning, because if you look at the percentages, it was 90% wind and then 10% wind and then 90% wind. So that's fair enough when you've got maybe 1,500 megawatts of wind on your system, but you know, we could see that was going to increase. And as I said today, we've got many gigawatts of wind now. So if we had a similar situation, we'd be going from maybe 11 gigawatts down to 1 gigawatt, back up to 11 in a day. So I'll keep my eye out for that.
Okay, you need to know about those, I think.
Yes.
Any other stories or comments to share on that?
No, I'll just say that I always like a probabilistic forecast because it gives you a get out of jail free card when people say your forecast was wrong. You say, no, it's not, it was just on the 99th percentile. It needs to be there sometimes because otherwise I won't get straight to calibration curve.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a real distribution if it never brought up at the tables, right? So we've talked about this some, but it, you know, in light of you know, selling control room engineers on probabilistic forecasts, are there any risks in using probabilistic forecasts that we haven't already addressed? I don't know, John, is there something you'd like to tackle on that?
Well, I think there might be a risk in aligning the probability distribution with the decision or the interpretation, because I think there's a tendency, like in the game that we went through earlier, that if you see a 2% chance of some event, that you might plan for that event, even though it's not highly probable. Now, I mean, that's an extreme case, but humans have a hard time calibrating probabilities to actions. And I think that's why, in part, they don't tend to embrace probabilistic forecasts, because they know that's difficult. And so you put them in a situation where they have to make that transition from probabilities to decisions. How do you calibrate that? I think we all run into that. 30% probability of rain, what do we do? We carry an umbrella or a raincoat, or ignore it, or what, right? So people have different ways of reacting to that, and it's hard to develop a standard approach to it. And I think that's the risk.
calibration might not be uniform, might be very erratic.
Yeah. Other thoughts from the panel on that?
Yeah, I think I've got two risks, really. The data volumes involved in probability forecasts are maybe 50 times that of a deterministic forecast, maybe more, depending on how many individual ensemble members you might be using. So that has an overhead of actually getting the data from the weather company and putting it in your own system, the storage space you need, and the processing time and the production of forecasts. But with the advancement of computers and technology and the internet, maybe that's not such a big risk now as perhaps it was maybe 10 years ago. But the second risk that perhaps I'd like to outline is that related to what you were saying about decision making. And you've got this probability distribution, and you think, well, what do I do with that? That would perhaps cause a delay in the decision actually being made. And some of the decisions made in the control room are time critical. They need to be done a certain number of hours ahead of time. Otherwise, you miss the opportunity. If you want a new coal-fired power station to start up, you've got to let them know 5 hours ahead. Otherwise, they say, "Sorry, you should have told us an hour ago." So that's those kind of decisions need to be done in a very timely way, and it would be a risk at the very beginning of the journey of making use of probability forecasts that it would slow down that decision-making process. I'm sure there's ways to mitigate that.
So that leads us, I think, to a last question. We've again touched on this a little bit before with the circuit breaker that can't be 30% open. It has to be open and closed. And John, you were just talking about the challenges of getting people to effectively use a distribution or an uncertainty quantification. So this question is I think is really for all of you, but I'll start with Sam. Would probabilistic forecasts be more useful or create more value if they were also used or connected to other decision support tools in your processes for security assessment, energy management systems, whatever? You know, if there were a tool that would take the uncertainty information and spit out the close or open the circuit breaker instruction, would that move us down the road toward more utility? And what would that kind of tool look like, do you think?
Yeah, for some applications, I think it certainly would be, that would move us a long way down the road. I think the fundamental challenge, coming back to trading, is that the probabilistic forecasts for the weather and the power are relatively good, but the probabilistic forecasts for like price and imbalance price are still pretty almost impossible to predict. So there's such a large uncertainty in your cost function that it's hard to get an automated tool now which would tell you what's the right decision to make. So that's a challenge. But certainly we're seeing a move, we're seeing some moves towards more automated trading in some markets where you can actually optimize the whole process. So rather than bidding necessarily on P50, you can actually try to optimize your trading strategy a little bit to maybe to avoid risks or to maximize your value if you have a good idea of what the cost function is. In other applications, I'm thinking of things like vessel transfers. I think those decision support tools can be very helpful, where you can really say, you can start to set thresholds where we think if there's a probability of waves this big, then it's really not worth going out and attempting a transfer, and that can be very helpful. But I think still for most of the decisions, these are decision support tools that support a human in the loop, who's someone with a bit of experience, who knows the situation and can actually interpret it and say, oh yeah, okay, when I see these conditions, I'm going to take this action, rather than like a fully automated system that just decides yes or no, and then you go out and the decision's taken out of the human's hands. So at the moment, I see a huge role for decision support tools that that help a human.
Others?
It's pretty similar as what you, Sam, said. So I want to touch up the fact that so in making a perfect decision, I mean, you have a lot of different uncertainties. One's the sun, so these ones are, you know, if you get a good probabilistic forecast, you get a good grip on those uncertainties. But there's maybe also other uncertainties, like, you know, power plant outages, different things. So when you trying to feed an optimizer or model that spits out a decision, and we tried using those, I feel the risk is that you get overconfident in that uncertainty is taken care of. So it spits out a number and you say, okay, it should be true because the model, you know, calculated all the uncertainties, too complex for me, I just, you know, I trained the model, I believe in it, I just do it. And then you maybe lose sight of where in this situation the real uncertainties are. So you know, we had the situations where there was the uncertainty of the wind and the sun, the model did it correctly, but there maybe was something wrong with an asset where you could already see that there was some messages, that there was some issues on a big power plant. And then this is what really is the real uncertainty you should focus on, and not the renewables. But if you have this automated process that sort of suggests your final decision, yeah, that's what I would say. There's a risk of being too confident in that the uncertainties are taken care of, and you're not focusing on the right uncertainties. If that makes sense.
So humans may be safe for a while.
Indeed. So
in terms of being necessary. Other thoughts, John?
Well, I think it's also difficult to operate any sort of system training or grid system in a hybrid mode that's half deterministic and half probabilistic. That when you get in that mode, it creates a lot of complications. And if you're going to have a probabilistic system, you need to look at the entire system and build a decision support tool that accounts for that. Because even conventional power plants have some probabilistic component to their operation. There will be outages with some probability. Transmission lines go out. It's not all weather that's uncertain. There are other components that are uncertain. And people are trying to build that type of tool. And I think if you look, training is probably where the decision support tools are furthest along, because it's, and there are certainly elements that are difficult to model, like the real-time price, but if you look overall, more components of the training environment have been modeled successfully in a probabilistic way and can be used in the training decision making than you can, say, for system operation. So I think as you migrate towards modeling the entire system that you're dealing with in a probabilistic way, you're going to have more acceptance and you're going to get better results, and that's going to increase the value of the probabilistic forecast in the application.
Yeah, I think the answer to this lies in what do we do if the computer spits out the wrong answer, the wrong probability range. If it suddenly says everything is very certain and you should do this, and then looking back on the situation, you realise actually we should have done that. And this is one of my kind of long-term worries with artificial intelligence and neural networks, that if they spit out an answer that is clearly wrong in the eyes of anyone looking at them, it's very difficult to find out why did the system actually come up with that answer. And even more difficult then to determine a course of action, what should be done to this artificial neural network to prevent it from giving these wrong answers in the future. Especially if it's been outsourced to another company and that company sold National Grid a fantastic system that will generate lots of decision advice, like the sat nav for running the electricity system, and you know it gives fantastic advice 99% of the time, and then one time in 100 it suddenly gives the wrong answer, and people don't know why. So that for me is the worry. How do we audit the neural network or the computer or the system to learn if there's any particular modes of operation where it would spit out a bad answer? and what should be done then? Can anything be wrapped around the computer to get the benefit of it 99% of the time and catch it when it falls over 1% of the time, whatever the probability of failure of the computer might be. Again, that could be its own probability forecast.
Well, and I think another aspect of it is events that have never happened before within the recorded history, that most of the systems that you were referring to are trained on some data set. And therefore, if you have an event that it has never seen, you know, how does it express the uncertainty of it, right? So it can lead to what you were describing, that, okay, what do I do? And if the human is too confident in that system and the probability distribution, and now there's an event never been seen before, how do you handle that?
Yeah, maybe part of the answer then is for the computer itself to assess its own confidence, its own probability range, spits out an answer but says, actually, I'm not sure, and then hands back control to the person. Maybe that's an answer.
Well, we are right at the end of our scheduled time. I'll take a risk and see if anybody in the room has a question. George.
Okay. Thanks for this discussion. It was nice, different views. With many of them I do not agree actually, so I would like to, but it's a bit that was not so much interactive. Anyway, for example, almost 10 years ago we had a demonstration project, a European project, where we tried to demonstrate the value of probabilistic tools in real practice, in different applications like scheduling, etc. And we had a case which was the scheduling of the system of Ireland. The industrial partner where we implemented this demonstration was Airgrid at that moment. It was before 2000, between 2008 and 2011. So we had a deterministic tool for the scheduling of Ireland, which we adapted to a probabilistic approach, and we tried to evaluate what are the benefits. The operators and the different partners, the first expectation they had, okay, we have a new tool, a new optimization method, so we should reduce the cost. Of course, this was a completely wrong approach, because what we saw is that when you apply a probabilistic method, you don't apply it to reduce the cost. Actually, it's most likely that the cost of operation will increase, because the role of probabilistic is to hedge, to protect you from different situations. And the reason why they wanted the probabilistic tool to test it is because they had the question, okay, what happens in our system when we increase renewables and we have high penetration? If this happens, are we going to have a blackout? If that happens, are we going to have, I don't know, congestions, etc. So the probabilistic is there to answer, to support operators that ask these questions. The questions you ask are probabilistic. What if? And if you apply a probabilistic decision making, if you want to hedge your system to different situations, and this hedging has a cost. So the challenge of the project was to hedge from different risky situations while maintaining at least the same cost of operation as the deterministic approach. So the example you gave, for example, before about when I drive and what happens if I think if that passenger crosses the road, it's not a good example, because this you don't treat it with the theory of probabilities. You have a specific approach, which is the theory of risk. Because what happens is that you don't want that you try many times, and because when you miss the situation that you hit the person, you go to jail actually. So you try to minimize the regret of your decision, and you have a completely different approach to hedge the risk. But so a probabilistic tool is a tool that hedges you of different situations. As such, it has to be seen actually for different applications. So this is okay. One remark, and the reason why, for example, in that experience, it was difficult to implement in real practice this kind of tools was because the operators had passed so many years to fine-tune the deterministic model that was, even if we would give them a new deterministic model that would reduce by 2 the cost of operation, it would be difficult to adopt because what they were using was had a lot of experience in the grade. So it's very difficult to adopt a new tool in general. So, this is a first remark. And well, some of these questions which are addressed, for example, now there are some research works in some new European projects where we try to optimize the decision as a function, or the forecasting model as a function of the result of the decision. And for example, we try to tune the renewable forecasting models as a function not of the least root mean square, but as a function of the benefits they can bring. And there is also some completely different approach where you can, for example, if you trade to the market and you need you trade to the energy market and also to ancillary services market, you need some 10 forecasting models for energy, plus the market quantities, prices, imbalance, etc. And what if we would replace all of them by one single model? And we have some results which show that this can be done actually. So at the end of the day, maybe the tendency will be to forget forecasting and go directly to decision making, taking into account all the uncertain inputs, and so you can have also, some thinking out of the box from the use. And this method, I mean, there is a paper shows that the results are comparable actually. What does it mean? That you don't have to tune 10 models, you don't have to maintain them, you don't have to, you have just a simpler model chain actually to maintain and take decisions.
So George, you're saying forget forecasting and just...
Yes, this is an example.
So
this is an example.
I'll ask
Get out of here.
No,
Get out of here.
Because of the effort. Because of the effort. This is an example. I mean, when you think of the box, you have to think out of the box. And you can make a huge effort to improve renewable power forecasting, but for trading, you combine it with other forecasts for prices, for example, for ancillary services activation, volume probability, price of ancillary services, etc., etc. And there is so much uncertainty on that what you gain maybe from improving a bit renewable generation forecasting is completely masked by the other uncertainties. So why not treat the decision-making problem globally and as one thing and not really as separate models?
So, any
anyway, if you want some reference on it's an IEEE paper on transactions, so I can give you the reference.
Well, I don't think that in any way reduces the need or value of forecasting in the sense that forecasting is estimation of uncertainty. I mean, that's...
No, the value of forecasting is translated very, very simply. Is euros at the end or dollars at the end.
Yes, and you still need the estimate of that component. You're saying there's uncertainty throughout the whole system, and forecasting renewable generation is part of that uncertainty. And forecasting is an estimation of that part of it, which has to be an input into the bigger system where, I agree, there's uncertainty everywhere in the system. And ideally, you want to model all of it. And my one question would be, how can you be confident you're modeling all the sources of uncertainty in the system? So, I mean, certainly you recognize certain sources, but like the unknown event that's never happened before, how do you model that?
First, what I do is to try to estimate what is the importance of the uncertainty in my system. Because if, for example, I trade with persistent forecasting and I have a revenue of 100 euros, and I trade with perfect forecasting and I have a revenue of 101 euro, the role of the uncertainty is very limited, so I don't have to improve forecasting. If, however, I trade with persistence and I have 50 euros and with perfect forecasting I have 100, then I have a big margin. So first of all, depending on the system, you have to evaluate what is the margin by considering better the uncertainties. And the secret is on decision making. I mean, we think as forecasters, we think on a value chain that starts from the weather forecasting, goes to power forecasting, and then we continue. However, when we go to the application, we have, I think it's necessary to start maybe from the other side of the value chain and go backwards and see where really you have to do the improvements, what you have to consider, etc. And this is maybe another way of thinking also of uncertainties and decision making.
Well, I was going to say, this sounds like a discussion that can go on for quite an extended period, which we don't have officially for the panel here. So I will. So thank you, George, for the comments. And I guess I would just go down the row, maybe starting with John. Any last thoughts or comments that you would have on these topics that we've discussed?
Well, I have a lot of thoughts, but in the interest of time, I'll pass.
Okay. Any other thoughts from the panel?
Yeah, I had one point that came out of that. I think it's important to remember that we can, with the rise of data-driven approaches and huge amounts of data and really powerful machine learning algorithms, it is possible to go, like I say, take a complex problem, instead of building it up, bottom up from all the parts and combining everything together. For certain applications, it's very good just to go straight to the end result. So rather than making the renewable power forecast and the price forecast and all these things and trying to sort of add them all together, why not just look at the decision you're trying to make and feed all of the data you have into these powerful machine learning algorithms without losing complete interpretability. We're still trying to steer it in a way that you understand what's going on. Yeah, that was I think it was a good point that came out of that.
I just wanted to throw a slightly theoretical question into the audience. Are there any situations where the probability can be just ignored? Do you need to take all the probabilities into account to make a decision, or can you just use a subset of the information?
So at the risk of another lengthy discussion, do you have an answer in mind for that?
Well, I believe the answer is yes, but with some caution, of course. With the rise of big data and all these marvelous abilities of computers nowadays, the temptation is to try and measure everything, analyze everything, and compute everything, and then go up with an answer. But really, I can't help but feel that this is the biggest sledgehammer to crack the smallest nuts. Are we using the right tool for the right job? And that really depends on the user and the use case that we're looking at. Some users, my control engineer colleagues, they're just deciding whether to instruct a power station on or off. And they don't need to measure everything to do that. They just need to know what the demand forecast was and what maybe some of the uncertainties around that, which they probably have in their head but aren't drawn on the chart as yet. And that's something really I thought to take home.
Or discuss later, or over dinner, or
exactly.
Whatever. Well,
maybe I'm allowed to make one last comment and to round this up. I really appreciate this question, and I think this is something that we are working on in this task. So to work on the methods and provide documentation on which methods are useful for which applications, and to help make people the right decision, that we don't overdo. We don't use a sledgehammer for cutting a nut. That's what I think is really necessary. That's the education that we need, and that is certainly not out there in textbooks or anything. And I think that's one of the aims and goals and objectives we have in this time. And it's you that help bringing this together and helping us to focus on how do we bring this information in the best possible way to the industry and academics alike.
So thank you, Corinna, and I'd like to express my thanks for the really interesting comments and input from the panel. So join me in thanking them. And someone has some closing comments, I think.
I'll bring up the map to dinner while you.
Yeah, good. Thanks for being here. Thanks for joining us in this what I felt was a quite well-run and inspiring workshop. We shall do that again at some stage. Because I don't think we are actually at the bottom of all the decision making yet, and we haven't really solved all the problems. We might be on the way of getting some understanding of where the problems actually lie. We might also be having some ideas on how to solve some of the problems. We certainly are quite a way away from solving all the problems, which is good because that gives us some more work to do. One of the ways to start to continue working on this might be over dinner, which is going to be explained by Jethro, who I thank with this for excellent logistics.
No, it's been a pleasure having you. Thanks to Rosemary, Leo, and Kieran who have kept us on YouTube all day long without issue. So. You can enjoy today as many times as you'd like, even at 1.5 times speed. So I think I have about 20 people, 20 of us, half of us are going to dinner together, which is great, at the Daba, which at 7 p.m. So it's a very short walk, so we're here at Tick. This is the road outside this window. So if you turn left out of the front door and then left again, it's really not very far at all. And I think everyone has the name of the restaurant and the smartphone, so should be able to find it no problem. So we need to leave this room not too long after 5, and we can reconvene there at 7. So look forward to seeing many of you there.
Is tomorrow's meeting going to be here as well?
And those staying for tomorrow's meeting, it's the same room at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Okay. Great.
Good,